Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God and Father, here we are bowed before you, praising you, giving you thanks, glorifying your holy name, for your love, your care, and for your mercy. We present this day to you for your guidance, so that whatever we are going to do today in this Interfaith Youth Forum may be for your glory, for all of us who are gathered here, and for the people that will continue serving. May we hear your call that we be in peace with the creation, so that we may bring your kingdom of peace in every corner of our country, in every corner of our continent, and in the whole world. Grant all this through Christ our Lord. Amen. In the name of the Father, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Let's remain here, Father and Savior, because we are going for the national anthem and the Eastern African anthem. Thank you.
pace pace e bene. That is peace and good. I am here to welcome you to this 2 days event, that is the Interfaith Youth Forum, where we are gathered here today to reflect on peace with creation. The theme that we have been given that is running throughout this season of creation, which we started on 1st of September and we ran all the way to the 4th of October. Today is the first day when we are engaging in discussion and dialogue in order to see how we can live and live with commitment this call to be at peace with creation. Interfaith Youth Forum on Peace and Integral Ecology, or integrity of creation, is a forum that was started a long time ago by JPIC and in collaboration with the Center for Social Justice and Ethics. And our partner, JPIC, will definitely help us to understand through the expose by Sister Mary Francis what this engagement is all about. But mine is to welcome you, to feel at home, to engage with one another, bringing out your own knowledge and skills, and at the same time also bringing out your own experiences, so that we can mutually enrich each other and also mutually encourage each other to be committed to this cause. And what is this cause? It is to restore the integrity of creation so that we can enjoy the world resources that God gave us in a peaceful manner. I do not want to go into the nitty-gritty of the day, but I would like us to always focus through the discussion that we'll have today on our personal and corporate commitment to do as we are called to do today, to be committed as agents of social transformation through restoration of ecological health. At the beginning of this month, we had an African Peace and Environment Summit that was held in this same venue. And during that time, we were trying to connect people, peace, and planet, or to connect people, planet, and peace, the 3 P's. We would like to call on all our young people today who are gathered here in this forum to reflect about our call to be people who take care of planet so that we may live with peace with one another. Therefore, mine is to welcome you, to tell you, feel at home. The Catholic University is a place to be, and the Catholic University is here to support this wonderful forum. Can you turn to your friend on my own behalf, since I may not be able to shake the hand of each one of you, and tell your friend, welcome to the Catholic University Interfaith Youth Forum. Louder. Welcome to Catholic University for Interfaith Youth Forum. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Father Peter Mbaro, for the beautiful welcoming remarks. We feel comfortable and we feel humbled to be in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to Sister Mary Wangari, Executive Director of Justice, Peace, Integrity of Creation, Franciscan Africa. Karibu.
Reverend Dr. Father Peter Barrow, our guest, Brother Taushen from Rome, JPIC, OFM, Brother Generic from Rwanda, JPIC, Animator, OFM, our guest from Oxfam, Henley, I may not be able to mention everyone else, our guest from the JPIC of Oblates of Mary Immaculate, the Dominicans, the sisters who are here, the students who are here, and every one of us, good morning. I'm here just to honor, with a lot of honor and joy, standing to explain to you why we are gathered here. And before I do it, I want to say that this Interfaith Youth Forum would not have reached here without our late Father Herman Borg, who 2 months ago, I normally say he decided to go back to the Lord. Also, we'll have a few minutes, 1 minute to remember him. Also, the former director of Harmony Institute, who are our partners since the Interfaith actually began, Mr. Mustafa, who unfortunately was taken back to Turkey, and as we speak, he is serving innocently, serving a prison term with no reason, but we are grateful that he is alive and will make it out. The Interfaith Youth Forum is a space where hearts unite, voices rise, and visions for peace and sustainability are born. As I welcome you all, I want us to go through when this began. It was in 2008, after the post-election violence and immediately after the beginning of the conception of JPIC office here in Nairobi, that the JPIC director of that here called the partners and said, what can we do? Our young people have been used to kill, to rape, to do so many other evil things in this country that was done. And we decided we needed to have an Interfaith Youth Forum because we're asking ourselves, what is this that can bring both the youths from Muslim community, Hindu community, name whichever religion is, and be able to talk together as people who are created by one God, regardless the name that you give that God. And we found that it was important to bring the interfaith element and the environment element, because the environment does not choose who to honor and who to treat well. If it is us environment, it is us for all of us. It doesn't matter whether you belong to Muslims or you belong to Christian or a Catholic or whatever you name your God as. And so that was the conception of this Interfaith Youth Forum. We rested for 2010, 2011, 2012, up to 2014, and it's when then we began again the Interfaith Youth Forum to continue. So since 2014 to now, every year we have Interfaith Youth Forum. Before I continue, I want to say I'm very grateful to the OFM JPIC Loam for having sent us members to be our guests today as we celebrate 800 years of the Canticle of Creature and 10 years of the Laudato Si anniversary, a cause that as Franciscans we hold at heart. I bring warm greetings from the Franciscan family in Africa. Today I stand with a grateful heart, grateful for this sacred space of encounter, grateful for the grace of 10 years anniversary of the Laudato Si, grateful and thankful to God and Saint Francis, who wrote the Canticle of Creatures 800 years as we celebrate this anniversary. This forum is a wake for all of us to care for our common home. And I start saying, what a time to be alive, so that I become that person who can care and take care for our common home and take the Canticle of Creatures a step ahead. In a world grappling with climate change, resources scarcity, and ecological degradation, we must ask, can there be peace among people if there is no peace with the planet? The answer is, as we gather here today, a resounding no. Both must be together. We must work together. Environmental challenges do not discriminate. They affect us all, but they also offer a unique opportunity to unite across faith, cultures, and ideologies in the pursuit of a shared goal. When young people from different backgrounds, different religions, come together to plant trees, to clean rivers, to talk about climate justice, and to talk about fossil-free fuel transition. When we are here, we must look at what is sustainable. What are the policies that can help us move ahead? St. Francis of Assisi, the patron of ecology and peace, reminds me and you that care for common home or for creation is inseparable from care for humanity. His life is a testament to humility, compassion, and reverence for all living things. In honoring him, we are called not only to admire, but to emulate, to become stewards of peace and protectors of the earth. Celebrating this great day of Interfaith Youth Forum, including our celebration with 800 years and 10 years of the Laudato Si, let us, as we walk, as we stay here, let us sing with joy. Let our struggles and our concern for this planet never take away the joy of our hope. These words from Laudato Si remind us, dear brothers and sisters, that even in the face of our immense ecological crisis, ours is a journey of joy, praise, and prophetic witness. We call that the creation waits with eager longing for the revealing of the children of God, in hope that creation itself will be set free from its bad bondage to decay. Romans chapter 8, verses 19 to 22. Thus, celebrating today is a celebrating with the theme, peace with creation. It's an invitation for us to start beginning that walk with peace with all the creatures. We gather not simply for an Interfaith Youth Forum, as usual, on peace and integral ecology, but also for what I call a sacred assembly in this beautiful hall in the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. As an expression of the pilgrimage of hope, called to discern, to act, and to testify, we come as people of all ages, looking at integral ecology not as spectators, but as torchbearers of a new and a just ecological vision. One where energy is clean, agriculture is sustainable, and our economy is life-giving and just. We recall that this year and last year, during the protests, we lost so many young people. Some of them are not yet known whether they are alive or they are somewhere else, or they are dead. I want us in these 2 days to remember these heroes, and we say no to violence at any given time for the time that we fought for freedom and democracy in this country. I watch with pain when I see young people calling for right things to be done and they are killed. I watch with pain when I see the Constitution that we worked on can be distorted and changed. I hope that will not happen in our life and when we are alive. Let us all arise and tell God we are grateful that we are here. This Interfaith Youth Forum, it is part and parcel of our life and our program at JPIC Franciscans Africa with the partners that I will come to recognize later, but more so with the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. To tell you the truth, they always give us this hall for nothing, almost, for nothing completely. And this hall, if you pay, it will be a lot of money. And I always say we are grateful to the Catholic University for inviting us and opening the doors to us. And as Franciscans, we have begun a journey of collaboration more, even with the Rome team. And this is something that will keep going for us. Thank you, Father Barrow. I want to request you that you make sure you say we are grateful to the entire administration of this university. And I want to invite our young people, students, to aspire to become the students of the Catholic University. As Father Barrow said, this is where you should be. You come as you are, and you'll journey with the professors here and the lecturers here, and you'll meet your target. Thank you so much, and I don't know whether it's Father Barrow, you should come and he's telling me no. So I want to declare this forum officially opened today and tomorrow as we begin this journey. May God bless you once more. And to our partners, I will recognize you later, but feel welcome and appreciated and valued. Thank you so much for supporting this cause. Let us journey together.
Another round of applause to Sister. Sister, thank you so much for that great remark. Sister is one of our heroes we celebrate, especially in the space of peace and environment. We'd like you to thank you so much for that time. In that spirit, I would like us to have a moment of silence, a 1 minute moment of silence. I will request us to stand, have a 1 minute moment of silence in memory of the life and celebration of the life of Reverend Father Herman Bog and other young people, Sister has mentioned, Gen Zs, who fought for the common good of God's creation and for the common good of the human person, and also for any other hero we've lost in the spirit of protecting and fighting for the common good. Thank you so much. You may have our seats. May their soul rest in peace. We are going to have our guest speakers from right now in our program. We shall have Brother Eric from Mutabazi, Brother Eric Mutabazi, OFM, Brother Tauchen Hotland, Girsang, OFM, and Peter Maneno, Assistant Director, Climate Change, Greenhouse Gas Inventory in that protocol. Without wasting time, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome Brother Eric Mutabazi, OFM, to give us his remarks. A round of applause as he steps on the stage. Continue clapping for him until he arrives. Continue clapping. Clap so hard. Tomorrow we will clap for you as well. Today, let's clap for him. Asanteni sana. Welcome, brother.
Thank you so much, Reverend Dr. Father Baru, dear brother Tauchen, Vice Director of the Office of Justice and Peace and Integrity of Creation for the Order of Friars Minor, dear Sister Mary, Executive Director of JPIC Franciscans Africa, distinguished guests, dear brothers, dear sisters, dear friends gathered here. God is good, and all the time. Wow. I bring you warm and fraternal greetings from Rwanda. When I look at you right now, I see a very beautiful and living bouquet. A bouquet not of flowers that shine today and wither tomorrow, but a harmonious gathering and blending of different traditions and different beliefs of people who share a common purpose. And that purpose is no other than the pursuit of peace. Of peace, which is not the absence of war or conflict, as many mistakenly think. Of peace, which is not an abstract ideal or a distant hope, as many desperately feel, but of peace, which is a call to action, a journey that we must walk together, not in spite of our differences, but because of them, because we truly believe in the power of faith, of unity and dialogue. My duty right now is to propose to you that peace is a pertinent concern of interfaith efforts and initiatives. Indeed, we are all gathered here today because we believe in the power of fraternity and faith to shape a better world. But allow me to ask, what is a better world without peace? Or, in our increasingly interconnected world, what is peace without interfaith understanding and dialogue? This peace which I am talking about is the presence of justice, the presence of empathy, and mutual respect for all creation. And in our shared world, a world where the future of humanity is intertwined, interfaith initiative is that necessary means thanks to which we can build bridges instead of misunderstanding and fear. Many of us here admire, love, and follow St. Francis of Assisi. So, may I share a story about one of his great deeds. A story from 8 centuries ago. A story that resonates powerfully with our gathering today. In the year 1219, amid the bloodshed of the 5th Crusade, while the armies of Christianity and Islam were locked in a brutal struggle, St. Francis of Assisi did something very heroic. Instead of picking up a sword like others, he embarked on a mission of peace that is forged through dialogue, through respectful coexistence and friendship. He traveled to the heart of the conflict in Damietta, Egypt, seeking to meet with Sultan al-Malik al-Kamil. His own people thought he was mad. The soldiers on both sides saw him either as a fool or a spy. But Francis was driven by a deeper conviction that the path to peace lay not in conquest, but in conversation, as we are doing today. On his way, St. Francis was captured, beaten, and brought before the Sultan. The Sultan, surprisingly, received him with respect. Instead of a debate or a demand for conversion, what ensued was a profound exchange. They spoke of God, they spoke of faith, and of the things that truly matter, as we are doing right now. Their meeting did not end the war, and so our meeting here cannot pretend to solve all the problems we are facing in matters of justice, peace, and integrity of creation. But their meeting planted a seed, as we are seed sowers right now, today. It showed the world that even in the most hostile of circumstances, it is possible for two people from different or even opposing faiths to find a common ground. Each one saw in the other not an enemy, but a fellow human being created by the same God. Their dialogue transcended the political and military divisions of their time. It was a testament to the power of human connection, a profound example of interfaith peace building. The lesson from Francis and the Sultan is not that our differences do not matter. No, they matter. On the contrary, it is that we can honor our unique beliefs while reaching across boundaries to affirm our shared humanity, to affirm our shared longing for peace, to affirm our shared longing for happiness, to affirm our shared belonging to our common home. Today, we are faced with new crusades of intolerance and indifference, crusades of fear and division, crusades of terrorism and human trafficking. In fact, what we are dealing with today is what I call globalization of hatred. One concrete example of this globalization of hatred is the regional conflict that gravely afflicts the eastern part of Congo. Most of us know and are affected by this conflict. This is a conflict which is fueled by the greed of many to grab and loot the natural resources found on and in the Congolese soil. Many countries and regional blocs have taken sides in this conflict, and the suffering caused by it spreads deeper and wider every day. This is an alarming situation in which we all need to be interested so that together we can forge a solution. It is disheartening and saddening. But I am standing here to tell you that we have many new opportunities. Like St. Francis, we can be the bridge builders. We can be the ones who, in a world quick to judge and condemn, choose to listen and understand. We can be the ones who do not fuel conflicts but mediate peace. We can be the ones who alleviate the suffering of victims of war and violence. This can only be done through building networks that bring us and our efforts together and make our voices more audible. Last year, a gathering of members of the Franciscan family in Rwanda initiated a regional network called the Franciscan Network for Peace Building and Ecological Justice in Africa. And I have the privilege to be its coordinator today. The vision of this network is an Africa where people live in harmony with creation, where everyone upholds human dignity and care for our common home. Such a vision should be the concern of every man and woman of goodwill, of all of us who are God's friends. So, dear friends, let us therefore learn from the example of St. Francis and the Sultan and carry their message into our own lives. Let us allow God to make of us instruments of peace and care for creation. Let us not simply tolerate one another, but truly engage. For in that engagement, we will discover that the paths to peace are many, but they all lead to the same destination. And that destination is a world where we can live together in dignity, in harmony, and mutual respect. Dear brothers, dear sisters, dear friends, thank you. May the Lord give you peace.
Asante sana. Another round of applause to Brother Eric. In the spirit of St. Francis, let me take this golden opportunity to welcome Brother Toshen Hotland Girsang, OFM, to share with us what he has for us. A round of applause as he steps on the stage. Continue clapping until he arrives. Continue clapping until your hands cannot clap no more. Asante sana and welcome.
Dear brothers and sisters, good morning. Dear Reverend Dr. Peter Mbaru, Director of the Center for Social Justice and Ethics, our dearest Sister Mary Wangari Sebastian, Executive Director of GPSC Franciscans Africa, all members of Laudato Si movement here, and all of you distinguished guests who dedicated your passion for caring our common home, and all the beloved students and participants in this Interfaith Youth Forum. I am standing here on behalf of the General Office for Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation, the Order of Friars Minors in Rome. And On behalf of me, of this office, I want to invite you, let us make peace with creation. Let us make harmony with them, and let us build a healthy relationship with creation. It is a great honor for us to be present here as a part of this very special moment, especially for our Franciscan's life, due to the celebration of 800 years of the Canticle of Creators, Saint Francis of Assisi, and 10 years of Pope Francis' encyclical letter, Laudato Si. And thank you so very much for this opportunity. At the same time, I would like to share to you the reasons why we concerned about caring for Mother Earth. Why do we need to make peace with all creatures? As you know, as a Franciscan, like Sister Mary said, it comes fundamentally from our Franciscan spirituality, the spirit we received from Saint Francis. It is reasonable to say that Saint Francis of Assisi was inspired by the wisdom of the book of Genesis that taught us about the world as created good, ordered, and then entrusted to humanity. In Genesis chapter 1, verses 26 to 28, God creates humankind in his image, giving humanity dominion over the fish, birds, livestock, and all living things. This dominion, however, is not a license for exploitation, very dangerous. It is tied to being made in the image of God, which implies responsibility, care, and reflection of God's creative goodness. That human beings are called to be caretakers and guardians of all livings. We are called to a stewardship of care. For Saint Francis of Assisi in the 13th century, brothers and sisters, all creatures are footprints of God. He sees that all things are reflections of divine goodness. Everything has its function, purpose, direction, and connection to the creature. Before the creature, all are creations. They receive their substance and existence from the same source. Human beings are not different. We are only one among the creatures. Drawing from such deep reflections, St. Francis wrote in his Canticle of the Creatures, often discovered and often called Canticle of Brother Sun and Sister Moon, where St. Francis discovered and began his conversion and vocation. His canticle is a poetic, lyrical outpouring of praise for creation, treating all creatures, sun, moon, wind, water, earth, even death, as siblings, brothers and sisters. So, creation is not simply a backdrop or resources, but a fellow creature, a co-worker, a song in which all seems to glorify God. He proposed the idea of kinship. He addresses them personally. Brother Sun, you are Sister Moon, you are Mother Earth. He imbues creation with value in itself, that creators have inherent dignity. Through his lived spirituality, simplicity, as you know, fraternity, humility, we learn from Saint Francis how to incarnate love for all things, small and great. And he shows how care for the earth, care for the poor, and spiritual peace, as well as relationship with all creatures, are inseparable. Brothers and sisters, from the example of Saint Francis of Assisi, Pope Francis issues a universal call in his encyclical Laudato Si, as you know well. The document's title is taken from the opening of Saint Francis' canticle, Laudato Si mi Signore. Dr. Peter know better what does it mean. Praise be to you, my Lord. Pope Francis draws our attention to the real environmental crisis, emphasizing that the cry of Mother Earth is inseparably linked with the cry of the poor. He advocates for integral ecology, insisting that the climate crisis cannot be cleanly separated from social and political crises, war, conflict, the need of peace. Everything is interconnected and interrelated. Caring for the earth while ignoring poverty, injustice, war, conflict is not possible. Creation, in his view, is a gift, not merely an object to be used or consumed, but something that has dignity, value, and glory. According to Laudato Si, dear brothers, to respond faithfully to this call to care for our common home, what is needed is an ecological conversion, a profound change of heart and lifestyle. Pope Francis urges us to change our patterns of consumption, to reject the throwaway culture, to change the dominant technocratic paradigm, and to rethink economic systems that place profit above the common good. In his words, the technocratic paradigm is that which exalts the concept of a subject who, using logical and rational procedures, progressively approaches and gains control over external object, thereby often neglecting and forgetting the reality in front of us. We can see in Laudato Si the echo of the canticle in its praise, contemplation, joy, wonder, hope, as well as in its lament, its sense of responsibility and its urgency. To sum up our words today, the wisdom of Genesis, the life and example of Saint Francis of Assisi, and Pope Francis' encyclical Laudato Si together present a coherent vision. The world is a good and ordered gift from God, entrusted to humanity not for domination, but for stewardship. And the Genesis reminds us that being made in God's image brings responsibility. And St. Francis deepened this by seeing all creatures as siblings, reflections of the divine, each bearing inherent dignity. And Laudato Si carries this spiritual insight into our present moment of ecological crisis, insisting that creation cries out that the plight of the poor and the health of the earth are inseparable. and that only through ecological confession, change in our heart, culture, consumption, and systems, we can restore balance. Thus, caring for our common home, again, caring for our common home is not optional, is not optional. It is a moral, spiritual, and social imperative. Not optional, social imperative. Because by continuing exploitative and extractive policies, and already we saw it brought us to the conflict and war in the name of economic profit and development, a dream of prosperity and a better future. We are actually being pushed in the wrong direction, making our Mother Earth sicker and more fragile. Imagine, brothers and sisters, if we act in ways that worsen the environmental crisis, we are now committing a kind of collective suicide, like a cancer that grows bigger and bigger day by day. And so we must, I invite you, we must do something now if we don't want to lose everything. Action is required immediately in our individual lives, in our communities, civita academica, spiritually or morally. And the last word of us, the General Office for Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation of the Order of Friars Manes is very grateful to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa for the collaboration that we have initiated recently. Unity is always strength and beauty, and we cannot doubt that we will be able to achieve more and more together. May God bless us in all our efforts and love in caring for Mother Earth. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much as well. In Africa, we say asante, 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 asante sana. So, ladies and gentlemen, before I welcome the keynote speaker, let me recognize the presence of Hari Krishna and other guests who have just arrived. Feel most welcome. I would like us to have a short activity before I welcome the keynote speaker. This will be led by our young brothers and sisters from St. Michael and St. Anne. I would like you to present to me one person. We want to do a dance kidogo tu, ile ya kuchangamsha tu, si ndio? So, one person from St. Michael and one person from St. Anne. Kindly step forward. DJ, as you prepare. DJ is, awesome. Boy child has presented. Let's have another person from the other side. DJ, hold it a little bit. Any other person, kindly? Usiogope, ukitoka hapa pale kwa jikoni tunaweza ongea. Usiogope. Tutafanya ile maneno yetu ya jikoni. See, you know it. Asante sana. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the spirit of the young people, especially in this moment, that we are recognizing the presence of the youth and also our elders as they are remembering their moment while they were so young, championing for justice, peace, and creation. Right now, all of us are young, so I would like to welcome all of you to stand. And also, as you remember your moment while you were so young, fighting for environment, fighting for peace, I want you to flex your muscles, stretch, because these two incredible, handsome and beautiful gentleman and young lady are going to lead us in this moment. DJ. Let's follow their lead. Let's follow their lead. Let's follow their lead.
Please.
Hey, let's go.
Tushasikia kikiingia ni kuplasa huko ngabado unachukiwa madam, so anguka nao itabaki umeflow na vibe, anguka nao koko single for now, tagi mdagris mteja patikani hadi late night saa sita ndo taniwai nikupin location alikofana na hii sukate call niko chomba ya G mimi najua utakuwa irizo release acha nikushow kwanza form ya diton nishashika mpua na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi sasa tunasikiza shit city tuna feel free teka video na post pale
DJ is getting too hotter and it might get hotter. DJ, I'm just kindly requesting answer tu kidogo tu. Kuna room hili nimeona tu father amekata hivi nikasema hey, we need to capture that. DJ, let's start just kidogo tu. Let's join them kindly. Twende.
Tushasikia kikiingia ni kuplasa huko ngabado unachukiwa madam, so anguka nao
hey, let's join them. We are not watching them. We are dancing.
Single for now. Tagi mdagris mteja patikani hadi late night saa sita ndo taniwai nikupin location alikofana na hii sukate call niko chomba ya G mimi najua utakuwa irizo release acha nikushow kwanza form ya diton nishashika mpua na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mimi sasa tunasikiza shit city tuna feel free teka video na post pale NGC jina ni Kantel kurapsi ni talent G anguka nao check it anguka nao twende down
Let's go
mikono juu
anguka nayo
tuliza pesa alafu one leg
baba anguka nayo sister anguka nayo kila mtu anguka nayo
basi pull it up select a chase dope once from the top don't my bed Nisha speaker mash it up fire light it up don't my bed tuko tao CBD kwa penthouse wanatani CBD ni guest rock lakini chobidi tunasoza nani magrami tunangoja ndoto mapenda moni kubel na doba joni mwaki ukipenda imele napendwa na mapen na wote joni tan nikikusalimia unanijibu
karibu sana sister
napenda vile makala wamekuja
karibu sana sister
napenda vile mamazi wamekuja wameiva
haya twende
ikibamba sana basi pull it up select a chase doba once from the top don't my bed Nisha speaker mash it up fire light it up don't my bed
Mapela na machaji wanazitoka stare kubanga sana baada ya mboka wasasi wakiaji tuda watuka salamu wanga moja na ni top shota watu originali ofla wanga mkali inafomu baton baka mashinani ola muna iyani ande mtaani wakuuliza wakia tuko sibidi nani napenda vile mademu wamekuja wamebeba napenda vile makwela wamekuja wameiva
asante sana thank you so much asante sana let's have a seat DJ asanteni sana a round of applause Thank you so much. That was so beautiful. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the same spirit of excitement and honor, let me take this opportunity to welcome Faith Akinyi, who will welcome our guest speaker. Let's give a round of applause to Faith Akinyi as she steps on stage. Continue giving her a round of applause. Makofi tena. Makofi kwake. Makofi tena, na tena, na tena, na tena. Karibu sana, asanti.
Thank you, Bramwell. Thank you, everyone, and thank you, the dancers. You've given us a lot of excitement. I didn't expect that I was going to be called, but luckily the person I'm supposed to invite is a colleague. My name is Faith Agnes from the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry. It's my honor to invite Mr. Peter Maneno, who is the next speaker, so that he can also take a few seconds to tell you about himself. He's been in the energy sector for 13, 14 plus years, and I'm sure he has a lot to share with the young people in the room. Karibu, Mr. Maneno.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Mr. Peter Maneno, from the Ministry of Environment, Assistant Director, Climate Change, a greenhouse inventory. He is an expert. He has been in the energy sector for 13 to 14 years. Karibu sana as you share your presentation.
Good morning, everyone.
That's good. That's good.
Now I'm from the government, and we are the ones who are really strict with protocol. But I'm afraid I do not have the proper protocol to recognize everyone properly. So I ask for your forgiveness. And I will rest on the protocol that has been laid by the earlier speakers. And I hope that that will not dilute any of the things that I'm going to say. First off, I'm very excited to be back at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I was not a student here. I was never a student here. But my elder brother was a student here a while back. I was trying to calculate the time I came to see him, and I ran out of fingers, because I was here in 1998. And looking at the people here, I'm sure in 1998, very few of them knew of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I'm really impressed by the infrastructural development that that I have witnessed. But the most impressive thing is how responsive the university is to the real issues that affect our communities, our societies, and how you have been deliberate in bringing together, especially the young people, and have them part of the conversation. So it's really an exciting moment for me, and I hope that the fact that I am speaking after the clergymen will not make you judge me too harshly, because the clergy, these guys are used to speaking to people. I'm a data person. I interact with tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. I interact with graphs and data. That is what I do on a day-to-day.
So speaking, maybe I should have spoken fast so that there was no benchmark which I'm judged against. But all the same, I hope, I'm happy to speak after them, because then I got to learn a few things, and I think we are aligned in what we do, even at the Ministry of Environment, and even at the Ministry of Energy, where the bulk of my service in the civil service has been. I've been asked to make a few remarks on Kenya's commitment to financing renewable energy for community success. That is a very real conversation, because renewable energy has been touted as one of those things that can help pull us out of the crisis that we are facing. There are many big crises, but there is the climate crisis, there's the energy crisis, and the biodiversity crisis. These three are intertwined in such a way that you cannot attempt to cure one without addressing the others. As we look to avail energy services for the nations, for the communities, for the society, we go into the natural resources to extract, if it is coal, if it is petroleum resources, if it is building, wind power plants. All that will inevitably have an impact on the area that it is situated. Sometimes it leads to clearing of forests, sometimes it leads to, damming rivers and such things. And that affects the ecology of that area and even a wider area. And also the emissions that result from the quest to meet our energy needs are what are driving the climate crisis. So maybe I start with what I do at the Ministry of Environment. And I'm in charge of greenhouse gas inventories. Greenhouse gas inventories are accounts of greenhouse gases. Now, what are greenhouse gases? Greenhouse gases, the main, I'm sure we have all seen or read about greenhouses that we commonly use in horticulture, that are used to trap the energy from the sun. The energy from the sun comes into the greenhouse. Once it bounces off the surface, the frequency changes. So the infrared frequency of light, I feel like I'm speaking a lot of physics, cannot breach through the transparent covering. So then it is trapped inside there, creating a microclimate. But it's not that human beings have been so clever and were able to harness that. God himself, when he created the world, made a greenhouse of the earth. The atmosphere serves as a greenhouse. In fact, the greenhouses that we make are an imitation of the earth. If it were not for the greenhouse that the gases making up the atmosphere form, this place would be too cold, because all the energy from the sun would escape back into space, and everything would freeze, and probably life would never even have happened. So when we release some gases into the atmosphere, there has been a balance for so many years, for millennia. But now, in our industrial activities, in our quest to meet our energy needs, in our quest to meet to improve productivity of our farms, we have messed up with the balance. The emissions, or the composition of the atmosphere, now has a greater capacity to hold back the warmth and so that it is now accumulating. And that is the global warming. The global warming then affects the climate systems, because then it affects the wind, it affects generally affects the climate system, which then cascades into the impacts into climate change, whose impacts we are addressing. The biggest contributor for the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is energy. As we cut down trees to get fuel, whether charcoal or firewood, that is burnt. Normally, the fuel is used as heat. It is what is burnt for whatever purpose, whether it is cooking in households, whether it is to drive a steam engine, whether it is to... And also, that goes again and impacts on the removal capacity of the earth. The earth, the vegetation in the earth have a sinking effect they sequester. I don't know why I'm using these words. They draw down the carbon dioxide and hold it, so they remove it from the atmosphere. So as we go on deforesting, we are releasing carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, we are releasing methane into the atmosphere, and weakening the capacity to remove the carbon dioxide, which is the main greenhouse gas. There are several greenhouse gases that we track: methane, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. Those are the most common. Then there is nitrogen tetrafluoride, there's sulfur hexafluoride, and the HFCs, the hydrofluorocarbons, and the perfluorocarbons, PFCs. So one of the most effective ways or one of the ways that has been demonstrated to show how much, or has been demonstrated to have a major impact on the atmosphere is reducing the intensity of emissions from energy generating activities, so that we can generate electricity without a high or at a lesser emission intensity. Whereas a lamp like that would consume maybe 100 watts. If we can provide 100 watts, because the lamp does not care whether the electricity came from coal or cow dung or geothermal or wind or whatever. But the process of making that electricity is what consumes the fuel, and in that consumption of the fuel, that process, usually combustion, leads to emissions. So if we can generate that same amount of electricity without the attendant emissions, then we are in a way meeting our needs as a community without the emissions, so that, because apart from solar, majorly apart from solar, all the electricity generation is the same. It is, you run I'm looking for a simple way of saying this. I think I should do more of this so that I can learn how to express myself in a way that avoids jargon. But anyway, there's a prime mover, which how many of you have ever had a bike with a lamp? Yeah? I think that is, because the response is coming from the front rows. I think that is technology that has been replaced. But if you look at the bicycles, there is something about the size of this, Mike. It's called a dynamo. That dynamo, that principle of a dynamo is the whole principle of how power plants operate, with just the exception of solar power plants. Because the dynamo, if you remember, you had to push it, to put it in a position where it is in contact with the wheel, so that then it rotates. That motive force is what sometimes can come from wind. Wind turns the blades, which are connected to a generator, but the generator is just the dynamo. Or it can be a hydropower plant where you have a hydro turbine. As the water runs through that, it turns the turbine turns a generator. Even a nuclear power plant, you heat water that runs a steam turbine. So if you know how a dynamo works, the bicycle dynamo, then maybe you're halfway through an electrical engineering degree, because the principle is basically the same. With renewable energy, we are looking for ways to turn that dynamo without emissions, or at a lesser emission intensity. At a lesser emission intensity, so something like geothermal. Geothermal is the core of the earth is made up of molten magma, which there are few places in the world that it's close enough, and there is some groundwater. When they interact, the water gets heated, forms steam, and that steam is what is trapped and directed through a turbine to run the big dynamo that is in that plant generating electricity. That then gives us electricity to use for our domestic purposes, industrial purposes, without the carbon dioxide, the carbon monoxide, the methane that would have been generated from a coal power plant, or a diesel power plant, or a gas-fired power plant. And that is sustainable, because then we cannot deplete the resource, the heat resource from the earth, even if we were to drill 1 million wells. Why do we want renewable energy? Besides the emissions aspect, renewable energy offers us an opportunity to be independent, to have some energy sovereignty. You know? As a nation, if we were to, Kenya, we generate about 40,000 gigawatt hours of electricity. If all that was to be generated from fossil fuel, then it would be a very high consumption of fossil fuel and the related emissions. So part of that is substituted with geothermal, part of that is substituted with hydropower, part of that is substituted with wind and solar, and making our carbon footprint for our electricity to be pretty small. And that is a good thing, because when it's small, then the natural processes like dissolution into the sea, that carbon removal by forest resources and other vegetative matter can be adequate. Besides the fact that it gives us sovereignty, we are in charge of our own energy. We do not have to depend on the Arabian Gulf or the Gulf of the Equatorial Gulf, which are some of the places with the most amount of fossil fuels. We determine, or we are in control of our energy resource. And that is the independence, because imagine if you import all your energy and somebody can switch you off, then you are at their mercy. But there are challenges with renewable energy, which includes the fact that, you know, with a diesel power plant, you just transport the diesel and you can set it up anywhere. With a geothermal power plant, you have to be where the resource is. If it is wind, you have to go to a place where the wind is blowing reliably. If it is solar, you have to be in a place where the sun is shining. And then there's the intermittency, like the solar in a day. There's a time when you could have 1 million panels, but you cannot generate because it's dark. And because most of these energy resources are nascent, the technology providers are still having a high markup on them, as much as the technology is there, but it is expensive and we cannot exploit it. So as we try to avail the electricity and the energy service reliably and at a lower cost to the pocket and at a lower cost to the environment, then there comes the issues of transition. Now, I've been given a note here that I'm almost out of time, and I have not even begun. So I'll ask for 1 more minute to to mention, and then maybe this conversation can be picked up later, because we have a National Climate Change Resource Center in Dagoretti that is a learning place for everyone. It's a resource center where we could have even longer conversations, more demonstrations, PowerPoints, graphics. But just to respond to how committed we are as a country, I'm sure you have heard our president speaking, proclaiming the target that by 2030, all the electricity in our national grid will be sourced from renewable energy. What is the national grid? The national grid is the interconnected network of electricity. Then there are other places that are not yet served by the grid, but there are small grids, especially to the north of the country, where the population centers are too small for now to justify a long line. So there we have mini grids that initially we were running on diesel, but now the diesel is the backup. We are running them on renewable energy, mainly solar and wind. As a ministry, we coordinate and quantify the actions and report them transparently to the world in a process coordinated by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC. So we have set out a target for emissions, to reduce our emissions by 2% from the business as usual trajectory. And that is what we are pursuing. And a big chunk of that, nearly half, is being delivered through renewable energy. There is interventions that we have across sectors in agriculture, in land use change and forestry, in waste management, in industrial processes. The government is also has a policy to encourage investors by granting fiscal incentives as well as non-fiscal incentives. Some of the initiatives, one of the initiatives that I think I will mention is the COSAP, the Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, which has availed over 150 mini-grids to many of the underserved counties, and also has a standalone installations specifically for water pumping and other public installations. Through the FLOCA program, spearheaded by the National Treasury, then there is a lot of money that has been specifically earmarked for adaptation and resilience building. Because as we know, climate change is happening, whether we deny it or we acknowledge it, it is manifesting itself in various ways. And so we must build resilience and adapt effectively to the reality on the ground. There's so much to say, but I'm afraid each of them looks like a wormhole, so that if I try to go into any, I'll end up speaking for a bit too long. But I don't know, was I expected to respond to some questions? Looks like the Q&A will be one-on-one. the time that I'll be around. And then, as I had indicated, we have the National Climate Change Resource Center at the Goreti Corner, where we could have deeper engagements on this. So thank you very much, and I'm hoping the few minutes that I'm here have added value. Thank you.
Asante sana. Asante sana, Peter Maneno from Ministry of Environment. As we appreciate the presentation, I will also render our appreciation to the Environment Resource Center, led by Faith Akinyi. We really appreciate your support and your presence in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another round of applause as we thank them for their support. Ladies and gentlemen, next on program, we have few activities, but as we are waiting for the ushers to prepare themselves, I will kindly ask the DJ to give us a music to allow the ushers to prepare for what they have for us. We have a beautiful moment. We have a cake that we need to cut. So as they are preparing this cake, and also I'm requesting you to prepare your appetite as the ushers are working on their side, preparing for the cake. DJ, kindly. Asanteni. DJ, tafadhali. We want to warm up as we also warming up our appetite for the cake. So tafadhali, cheza kama wewe. Ama namna gani? Yes. In that spirit, ladies and gentlemen, say hi to your neighbor. I'd also like to welcome those who have arrived late. Karibuni sana. Feel welcomed in this space. Thank you, DJ.
Iromo dendo ya wamayo, iromo pako ya wamayo. Imi adhi ongora, ya wanimi ya la ongora. Tombo girungu nyocholisa, tomano kumarungu nyocholisa. Umine ukinyo, wachilavu wema sando ya kama. Ukiukara chonyo, ni wachilavu miya mumumudo kama. Umina chibela, wachilavu wema sando ya kama. Ukiukara chonyo, ni wachilavu miya yoromudo kama. Original Dangla style, yeah, East African time. Na wakaribisha ndani ya kodong. Usikute vitu bila kondom. Kuna champagne for the pain. Top player best in the game. Kelume, dance, ongeza mavitu na makudade. Hakuna masanse, kuna masensi. Kukatana na kukata maji. Ukialikwa kwa wanati, lazima makomkin come the baraki.
die love like this. Ati Romeo na Juliet, Patelo na D. Pia mina die love like this, na die love like this, na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this, na die love like this, na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this. Mapenzi menoga nya kukata na shoka punani everyday. Pato ka unasema shoga ni spoil na ganji, ni spoil na jewelry na mapenzi ya dhati nazo zadi kwa mleti kwa mdomo za wase. Ikapoli na bongo, I love wana pre, wengine wana diss. Wakudis tunawa dismiss au wana safa. Tukikula nyama au wanalala njaa. Wanadai Illuminati ni blessings za saja. Wanaomba kichele land ndo zinajaja. Wakudumu tushadumu. Mwecheche Romeo na Juliet, Patelo na D. Pia mina die love like this. Ati Romeo na Juliet, Patelo na D. Pia mina die love like this, na die love like this, na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this, na die love like this, na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this. Mapenzi ya wakudumu na idumu milele. Pia we kubali tekwe, usikuelele. Ukinyweta karada, usikewe mchele. Shukrani kwa manifa wanafanya mina ziet. Love is in the air, ni Patelo wamefall. Harufi anafanya to make it official. Suti tulishapima waiting for the special day. Utawala kwa manjuzi ni sherehe.
Fresh cafe banga, 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 banga. Ding, 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 dong. People like Amanda Wilson. You le please fire ban. Oui, ma MFM. Hypocrite, je t'étrangle. Hypocrite, fresh cafe banga. Tic, tac, 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 fresh cafe banga. Tic, fresh cafe banga. Tic, tac, fresh cafe banga. Tic, tac, fresh cafe banga. Tic, tac. Bad girl ka crier youpi. Boom boom bad cafe bad man digging. Bad girl ka crier youpi. Den sol chataman kat chak bidim. Doucement messieurs man en pack à fond. Fresh café boom bam blakatam. Evoleta son à badaman. Test
Andrew J.
Fresh café banga. Tic tac. Fresh café banga. Tic tac. Fresh café banga. Tic tac. Fresh café banga. Tic banga. Banga banga. Tic banga. Banga banga.
Andrew J.
Banga. Tic banga. Boom boom bad black. Buzz back it up hashtag. Champagne jack on le chaque table. Madame a laisse son moyen à 4 pattes. Objectif money mais qu'on back. Apprendre son main qu'on tic back. Pour la tactique j'ai dit tic tac. Tac tac tic. Fresh café tic tic tac. Fresh café tac tac. Fresh café tic tic tac. Fresh café tac tac.
Steady on my grind. You know fear no one at all. Hustle who I need my side. Energy 100%, oh, and them know fi comprehend, and them know fi understand. I'm catching flies and they for dance. Nobody better than I. 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 Nobody better.
Never say what you sow, you go reap my basis of life. Yeah. Enemies dump into enemies, so just to survive. Yeah. But I'm my back. That's why I'm steady on my grind. You know where I'm from, I'm never going back. Yeah. So give me one for you. Make sure you feel my body and soul. Pray for the best, leave the rest to follow. Blood in my eye, go test me, go low, cause the boy they go know. But the devil on my back. That's why I'm steady on my grind. You know where I'm from, I'm never going back.
Nobody better than I. 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 Nobody.
DJ kindly. I'm seeing kuna watu wamekaa chini ni kama tunawaharibia, wanataka hiyo space ni kidogo sana kabisa. Sasa mnakubaliwa kukuja hapa. Karibuni sana DJ. Thank you. Anybody, everybody is invited. Na unajua ukidance ndio appetite inapanda. Na tunataka kula cake. Haya.
hatunalio na nitaka awe kwanu na wazim kwanu umepandwa na wazim kwanu na wazim kwanu unalio na nitaka kwanu na wazim kwanu umepandwa na wazim kwanu na wazim unawatika zile pilika za kupita nilipita sista nikavita zile za niaje sista kaza kuni size nikameona batista 2 months down sana shinda kini text na deni mimi tushika fuck to the rest anasema kakoridi atakukua mistress super pasi kanisa mbono na confess kwanza unanibo spendi vile unanifuatilia unanibo na nikazio unanibo unanibo hatunalio na nitaka awe kwanu na wazim kwanu umepandwa na wazim kwanu na wazim kwanu unalio na nitaka kwanu na wazim kwanu umepandwa na wazim awe kwanu na wazim
She said, 1 inch a body and a body that. She said, 2 inch a body and a body that. Big man in a your middle and
DJ, pull up kidogo. Thank you. Msiende kukaa. Just stay hapo. Pause. I can see there's another school that want to also join. Mmekaribishwa. Do your thing. Tuendelee.
Master Entertainment.
She said, 1 inch a body and a body that. She said, 2 inch a body and a body that. Big man in a your middle and a hoodie guard. Girl, sit down. Good boom, girl, take a sip on the tip of the top of the cock. Make your wet, no the tip of the top of the cock. Back way where you want to cock up your back. Say she want it harder, me no fi stop. Little pink pussy cocky blacker than a harrowack. Me make it sit in a can on a hammer knock. She say me dark and slim but me talawa. What you want, galawa? She want the long body la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. You can't stand the la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. Up inna the belly, la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. You can't stand the la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. Up inna the belly, Girl, I know say me a beg you, so me you put me na. Yeah, this is me a defend and a rudiger. If you see it tight, me a come in and you come in. You nah see me na no pen when a bully na. Girl, in a look a sundress, so me pull it up. She cock it up, when me should be, you fi should be back. Can I quint up me something, can I do me that? What you want for your pussy cat? She want the long body la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. You can't stand the la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. Up inna the belly, la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. You can't stand the la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. Up inna the belly, You have a grip, you glue. Cute face and you're pretty too. Feel good, I mean, inna your middle, ooh. Girl, you want mad me, that's how you keep it do. But me have to keep it cool. Girl say she want star in a little blues. See you start get wild from your sippy booze. She say your big foot size of your Philly shoes. She want the long body la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. You can't stand the la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. Up inna the belly, la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. You can't stand the la la lang, lele. She want the long body la la lang, lele. Up inna the belly.
In a Netherlands, where the grabbers think like a alligator man. The scheme hot today, we are the weatherman. A boy shoulda drop, but the beretta jam. Long time we no kill a man, so we circle elements like the little man.
Hey, wait.
Make a damn black rain fall, so we must catch a man. That's the echo when the grabber. Scheme act like Shabba motherfucker. Shot fire, every man a drop flat. Everybody's trapped, every pan a knock. Feel like the rims and the Cadillac. When the M1 a knock. Shot fire, every man a drop flat. We run here so everybody back. Rock, we badder than everything we bad. Madder than everything we mad. Black rain fall when you see we not. Steel pan a beat like Trinidad. When we step in the street like criminal.
DJ.
Weekly the minimal.
I'm being told, DJ, these young beautiful ladies and gentlemen are requesting for Donjo Maber. And I'm kindly requesting, kindly present your school, and also to the parents in the room, and all the parents who are watching us, this is your activity fee they are utilizing. Karibu sana.
Ikibamba sana basi pull it up. Select a cheza doba once from the top. Dojo Maber, dojo Maber. Tunisha speaker, mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Don't my bed, don't my bed, don't my bed. Tuko tao, CBD kwa penthouse. Wanadhani CBD ni guesswork. Lakini jua bidii tunazoza. Na ni magrami tundo tunangoja. Don't my bed, kwa mdomo ni bube. Na doba joni mwaki ukipenda email. Napendwa na mapen.
Naona kuna mtatapewa addition.
Kusalimia unanijibu tu mapen. Napenda vile magala wamekuja wamebeba. Napenda vile mamanzi wamekuja wameiva.
Come, join.
Cheza doba once from the top. Don't my bed, don't my bed. Tunisha speaker, we mash it up. Fire, we light it up. Don't my bed, don't my bed.
Simu yofala kafegi akianza joku mleni. Video choma ganja video na sauni plane. Cut cocaine ufuate cut cobain. Nima tap hadi siate niko na alele na nakama di che pande left ni gwete iyo ingine ni chen antaka ni mlele na kutuma ata plate on to the next watu finyi replay.
Nimekogeta mavitu mengine bana nimekuwa nikiua verse. Nimekakas wali dash pata kashindwa video hata reverse. I've been the worst of the best man nikimada na sema
Aya DJ kidogo. Maintain tu hapo, maintain. I want to ask you something. Those people who are watching. Ni timu gani inaua hapa hii? Ama hii? Now this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. Maintain tu hapo, maintain hivyo. This is how we're going to do it, eh? Mwenye mnapigia kelele the most. Watakuja kuniona huko kwa jikoni. Yeah. Aya, tunaanza. The red team. Kwani hawana mafans hawa? Aya, hawa. And this side. And all of them have it.
Simu yofala kafegi akianza joku mleni. Video choma ganja video na sauni plane. Cut cocaine ufuate cut cobain. Nima tap hadi siate niko na alele na nakama di che pande left ni gwete iyo ingine ni chen antaka ni mlele na kutuma ata plate on to the next watu finyi replay.
Nimekogeta mavitu mengine bana nimekuwa nikiua verse. Nimekakas wali dash pata kashindwa video hata reverse. I've been the worst of the best man nikimada na sema tina jikas. Na nikarest the case nikapanga video naweza nikajie match. Sekuri just test naonyesha vile naweza madada rest. Kaini test basi niwache nikikingia GMS. Naweza kwa fest nimekoma dara kutoka niwache pay madinga nako. Mesha vile na mamanga gajoni kama ni mei. Babas.
Romeo na Juliet, Barcelona day. Pia mina die love like this. Romeo na Juliet, Barcelona day. Pia mina die love like this. Na die love like this. Na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this. Na die love like this. Na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this. Mapenzi
Alright,
kukata na
DJ.
unani every day.
DJ. In the same spirit of excitement, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our cake is ready with that beautiful smile. I would like to inform Dr. Munyao from Hare Krishna, Reverend Father Peter Mbaro, Brother Eric Mutabazi, OFM, Brother Tochen, Hotland, Grisang, OFM, Father Ian, Oblate of Mary Immaculate, Hilary from Oxfam, Rukia from 350, Ashley Kitisia from Laudato Si, and the representative of St. Anne, St. Michael, and St. Thomas Aquinas, to kindly lead us in the cutting of the cake that will happen outside of this awesome and beautiful auditorium at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. I must mention that. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would like the people I've called to lead us in the procession. They'll first get out, then the rest of us will follow. So you are kindly requested not to forget, 1, yourself, 2, your appetite. DJ, give us a song as we are stepping outside for the cake, and also we'll have our tea. Thank you. Ushers, kindly help us. Ushers, kindly help us.
Romeo na Juliet, Patel on a day. Pia mina die love like this. Ati Romeo na Juliet, Patel on a day. Pia mina die love like this. Na die love like this. Na die love like this.
The rest you can follow. You can follow in that protocol.
Love like this. Na die love like this. Pia mina die love like this. Mapenzi imenoga nya kukata na shoka punani everyday. Patoka unasema shoga ni spoil na ganji, ni spoil na jewelry na mapenzi ya dhati na zazadi kwa mneti kwa mdomo za wase. Ika poli na bongo, I love one.
Let's follow them kindly and save on time. Let's follow them kindly and save on time. Make sure you have a piece of cake. The cake is enough for everybody. The cake is enough for everybody. Kindly make sure you don't miss the cake. Asanteni sana.
Sani saa sita. Nafika ile siku ya kukubali mimi ni chita. Meamkia supu na kindukulu na shuku mausiku kama kawa ni maform zitajipa sema wapi kuna shika kasavera ama kuiva naweza piga zangu timba ndo nisunde shida nikifika sasa tunaambia nitende jana niko na ubad na ugeto bado inanitatiza naweza sema mpaka zi. Yo nipati sija kuja wi. Kamkoba kaupiga ti. Nandi. Take it participate kami bado sipati.
Remember not to forget your appetite.
Marinette sabigal katigal pata kujivalidate super pana choma bet. We uko sawa.
Maintain.
Ivo. We Ivo. Maintain.
Sisters, the cake is for everybody. Nobody is remaining inside here.
Ivo.
The cake is for you.
Ivo. Usome sana. Ivo.
Kindly go for your share.
Usonge sana. Ivo. Your position. Yondo tempo. Yondo.
In that spirit, breakfast is also ready.
Maintain sitani bunjangu. Boa ni aggressive analeta mafujo na maimaza kwa nivita blonomiza burungu yebu. Moshi mbili kuempole. Leo tuna stone kama ndamano za comrades. You get it? Kama bado chana nayo. Tuna tax team huku netwa gaza kayo. Maintain. Ivo. We Ivo. Maintain. Ivo. Yeah. Slewe sana. Ivo.
Piga smile cheki kamgapi statu. Nakulike mekuma kweni tatu. Digidha gidhinyasi yaga kwadu. Una bend pose alafu na raru. Piga statu. Inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu. Piga statu. Nakulike mekuma kama tatu.
Simama kete, piga one lege. Tingiza kichwa ni kazi meshika kweze. Kispaki anguka nayo twende. Hapa ni kudance kubanju kama daily. Sipige makofi utachoka mikono itoma na utamiss nyingine. Sipige makofi utachoka mikono itoma na utamiss nyingine. Uno, bailando, umlando. Uno, bailando, umlando.
Piga statue. Inua mkono alafu cheza na mguu. Piga statue. Nakulike mekuma kama tatu.
Goma na unikali unafanya nini kika. Wabaki wametusitwa kitu cha mama vela. Jutini kesha toka sita baki wamehema. Na timimi ndo kaderesa itabaki mehepa. Na sicheki Lobaisha tu bamba unaweza rudia selecta. Lutashika sana juma bebe wamebeba. Jambili tato cheki dijesha tubeba. Pull up selecta. Lobaisha tu bamba unaweza rudia selecta. Lutashika sana juma bebe wamebeba. Jambili tato cheki dijesha tubeba. Pull up selecta.
Venye na view angle ya side mirror kakilori nimejibebe majicha kigosani fing bado sipo makinika sigoe mras kumagonga hadi rehab country nipige hype ni trace mamita jam down na nijipini toka 9 namba ni jamo bado zaibadilisha labda mtando ni wangore na class 2 tuliwai saina wazoza na S-Class Tima ka Tesla magot window chef show first day safari na jipeleka S-Class convoy nda inaongoza ni defender strangers z strictly na kwaga members backbencher ndani ya S-Class backbencher ndani ya S-Class mileage nda speedometer na chezea 260 zamani kwenye yako kwa jikli roll kijika model ananidigi naweza jitengeneza busy mileage nda speedometer na chezea 260 zamani kwenye yako kwa jikli roll kijika model ananidigi naweza jitengeneza busy na dash bila shortcut but road ikiwa na jam na tumia wrong turn very sure to the crash S-Class Kigonya mepitishiwa stima kabonda na tumia kama Trojan kwa madem zao kwa vuli ya toja dirisha zikwe top ni hotbox na maboza kabaridi ni warm up full tank na medi kuzoza long time tuliwai saina wazoza na S-Class stima ka Tesla magot window chef show first day safari na jipeleka S-Class convoy nda inaongoza ni defender strangers z strictly na kwaga members backbencher ndani ya S-Class backbencher ndani ya S-Class ukizua tararuliwa rectum feature your mom neza sikia mi ndio step dad this mean kufanyia disinfectant ni mapep tank pepeta na wapita uneza dhaniwa kuwa in motion wekeza mbona na ke emotions ningekuwa the teacher mboka do bando moto anyway kayole pia view angle ni side mirror kakilori nimejibebe majicha kigosani fing bado sipo makinika sigoe mras kumagonga hadi rehab country nipige hype ni trace mamita jam down na nijipini toka 9 namba ni jamo bado zaibadilisha labda mtando ni wangore na class 2 tuliwai feature your mom neza sikia mi ndio step dad this mean kufanyia disinfectant ni mapep tank pepeta na wapita uneza dhaniwa kuwa in motion wekeza mbona na ke emotions ningekuwa the teacher mboka do bando moto anyway kayole pia view mo angle ni side mirror kakilori nimejibebe majicha gosani fing bado kumagonga hadi rehab country nipige hype ni trace mamita jam down nitoka 9 namba ni jamo bado zaibadilisha labda mtando ni wangore na class 2 tuliwai
Yo Dre Stevie Boca dopa
Stona kosi na kujuu ya timanga shikamorio kuna vile tutakatiana ni head but nilimkataka ni point na panga niko na yangu naona tukikatiana staki ngori mob staki ho staki kasiro kujikasido kasindom nafanya na float staki ngori mob staki ho staki kasiro kujikasido kasindom nafanya na float siko na tianka ingia chinje pake tema bob hizi kafanya ni change one dead never me najua kushina wase sanze na mpes kadhani ni senge chinja maliza ule le sebe finya finya ndo ni squeeze mwere je screen clear lazima itoshe mwere sezi achana na yeye aende niko soba nasikia lakini si poa nasikia poa nikianza kukohoa na kubalika wakituona wanajiondoa tudumcheki ngoge koshanza kutoa sini mabuda kwa bisi kababa tunawanyoa lukudiriba tisho ya madoa doa ni mpoa kinikisi ndo na poa kanimejaa mcheleke lililigidha meno ndo na mngoa rivyo mepasuka cheki na overflow kani videvu na rusha kata iso malini choni lakini kata iso sindo wale tulichora makula kwa blackboard sisi medibase na kuna murio asidi onifalo mejipimp bado weni pibi kona mling tatu moja ndo kona risiti cheki chuo mgia chuo mkaribu ofisi stona akosi na kujuu ya dimanga shika murio kuna vile tutakatiana ni headbutt nilimkataka ni point na panga nikona yangu naona tukikatiana staki ngori mob staki ho staki kasiro skuji kasiro kasindom nafanya na float staki ngori mob staki ho staki kasiro skuji kasiro kasindom nafanya na float
Kujia jaba tumeseki tuko on zimekana shikuwa resbio wanadai form tuko na dimitisha mahuku kuna diwa kande mbio kujia jaba tumeseki tuko on zimekana shikuwa resbio wanadai form tuko na dimitisha mahuku kuna diwa kande mbio
malaria kama gelia hapa Kenya kuna nizo keke na onoria lafu tumeseti tuko jaba na mawaria yule mana dera lina chapaneza kalia
Ai honey me waka somebody leo me ordinary kesho somebody ai honey please come down on me later siki nice to lale ndani
Nina kiss to the city, give me a kiss to your kitty. Kiss to infinity na die on the belly na sidani na kudai juu ya nyash na sidani umeniwai juu ya cash
kujia jaba tumeseki tuko on zimekana shikuwa resbio wanadai form tuko na dimitisha mahuku kuna diwa kande mbio kujia jaba tumeseki tuko on zimekana shikuwa resbio wanadai form tuko na dimitisha mahuku kuna diwa kande mbio
Nina swali, nani motivate ma motivator swali, mbona crocodile si alligator swali, mbona roll kwa ina kote pepa swali, mbona hupendi kuserereka
ai honey me waka somebody leo me ordinary kesho somebody ai honey please come down on me later siki nice to lale ndani
Master Andrew J.
kujia jaba tumeseki tuko on zimekana shikuwa resbio wanadai form tuko na dimitisha mahuku kuna diwa kande mbio kujia jaba tumeseki tuko on zimekana shikuwa resbio wanadai form tuko na dimitisha mahuku kuna diwa kande mbio
malaria kama gelia hapa Kenya kuna nizo keke na onoria lafu tumeseti tuko jaba na mawaria yule mana dera lina chapaneza kalia
ai honey me waka somebody leo me ordinary kesho somebody ai honey please come down on me later siki nice to lale ndani
Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. A very warm welcome. We are coming to you live from the A very warm welcome. We are coming to you live from the Catholic University of East Africa, where the annual Interfaith Youth Forum on Peace and Integral Ecology is underway. The theme of this year is Peace with Creation. My name is Joseph Kamau. Well, if you're just joining us, we are coming to you live, just as I had said, from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where we are live to you because of the Interfaith Forum on Youth and Peace and Integral Ecology. The forum is on a short break, but we are not taking a break here because the conversation must continue on climate and the role of youths in this very sacred initiative to ensure that the climate is okay. But now we'll be heading straight to the interviews. Well, today we'll be joined by many speakers, including interfaith religious leaders from various religions. We will also be having youths, the youths who are at the core and the heart of this forum today. Not only that, we'll also be having partners who have partnered in this very sacred initiative of ensuring that the youth take part in ecology, that the youth take part in conserving and protecting the environment. Well, now we'll be heading straight forward to the interviews, and we'll be looking at some of the interfaith leaders who are here with us now as we wait for him to arrive. Now, I'm just reminding you, we are at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where we are coming to you live for the annual Interfaith Youth Forum, which is underway on peace and integral ecology. Well, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Unaweza tuambia your names?
Jina yangu naitwa Das kutoka Hare Krishna Community. Yes, na nimekuja hapa leo kwa hii forum ya Interfaith.
You're today in this forum of Interfaith. Why do you think it's important for religion to participate in such forums?
It's very important for religious leaders to participate in such forums because we only have one earth that we live in. If we do not take care of it, who is going to take care of it?
Who will take care of it if we don't take care of it? Now, what do you think is the youth's role in taking care of the environment?
In fact, the youth have to play the most important role because the youth are the leaders for tomorrow. If they do not take care of the environment, then there is not going to be anyone who is going to succeed or whoever is going to inherit this. So the youth are the leaders for tomorrow, and they have to play the front role in taking care of the environment.
They have to play the front role in taking care of the environment, as you have said there. What will be your rallying call to the youths who are watching to you live?
The youths who are watching me live, I will tell them that leadership and care of the environment starts with you. If you are careful, then you can teach by example and other people will follow. People don't want, watu hutaki kusikia vile unaongea, watu wanataka kuona vile unafanya. So as a youth, ukifanya matendo yako vizuri kwa environment, to protect the environment, ndio uta lead by example. And that example, leading by example, is better than just speaking words without any meaning.
Thank you so much for your insight, sir. Have a good day. Well, you've just heard it there. The youths must take charge. The youths must take the front row in ensuring that we keep safe the environment. And I myself, I am a youth. I will take those words into consideration and ensure I don't just only speak on what I will do, but rather I will work on my actions into making sure that I do what is right to ensure that the environment around me and that far away from me is safe for each and everyone in this planet. Well, we'll just be waiting for other partners as we continue to elevate what this year's themes of the forum is, which is peace with creation, peace with creation, how youths will keep on maintaining and promoting peace, not only with the environment but also with each other to ensure that the environment is safe not only for themselves but also for others out there, because as we all know nowadays, the climate is changing and it's changing very, very fast. So to the youths out there who are the majority of the populations, it's up to you. It's up to you and me, because I also am a youth, to take care of our environment and ensure that those and that which surrounds us is safe. How can we do this if we don't participate in taking care of the environment? How can we do this if we don't participate in such forums so as we can get to know what is really that is needed from us, the youths, to ensure that the environment is safe for everyone, not only us, but also for generations to come. Our forefathers before us, they were once youths. What they did on the environment, we have to keep on doing it, and doing it at even a larger scale, so as to ensure that we keep the environment safe. Well, how old were you when you knew that you had to take care of the environment? How old were you when you made that one simple step to take care of the environment? Have you even made that step? Well, if not, I challenge you today. It's your time to rise. As a youth, it's your time to shine. It's not only a call to the youths, but also a call to each and everyone, be it the youths, be it the elders. It's all our call to keep on protecting the environment, because what can we do if we don't have a safe environment? Because what will we be left to care of if we don't take care of our environment? If you take care of the environment, it takes care of you. Well, it's up to us to ensure that the environment that surrounds us is safe. The environment that surrounds us is well taken care of. And that's why we have a lot of partners who are partnering with us in this event. Not only Younib TV that is partnering in this event, we also have Younib organization, which is a youth organization that helps sensitize the youths on the importance of environment. We also have the Laudato Si environment and Laudato Si movement, and many other movements and organizations that have joined in, including the Catholic University of East Africa, that has played a big part of this forum into ensuring that, well, as you can see, we are in a clean, safe, well environmented area for this forum. Well, my dear viewers, I can go on and on and on about the importance of the environment, but as I told you earlier, it's up to you and me to ensure that the environment that surrounds us is safe. The environment that is next to us is safe. And how can we do that? Of course, we have to keep on participating in such events as this, so as we can get awareness on how well we can help in conserving the environment, how well we can help in ensuring that the environment is safe and, well, just as I was trying to inform you there, we are live at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where we are live for the annual Interfaith Forum on Peace and Integral Ecology, with this year's theme being Peace with Creation. Peace with Creation. In these forums today, we've got a lot of partners who have come in and joined hands in ensuring that this forum becomes a success. Not only that, we'll also be joined by a government official from the Ministry of Environment, who will be coming here to elaborate and tell us more about the youth's role in taking care of the environment. Well, he's already joined us. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Kindly tell us your name and what you do.
I'm Peter Maneno. I'm an assistant director in the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry.
Ministry of Environment. Fortunately, that's what we are here. Yeah. Now, what message would you like to give to the young people present here and those watching online about their role in protecting the environment?
First of all, I must recognize that the young people make up the bulk of the Kenyan population. They form a significant percentage and therefore should be enjoying this conversation because they are energetic and creative, and we depend a lot on that, on those values to respond effectively to the climate crisis that we have. So I would urge the young people to be actively involved in this process, to take time to learn, to see, to know in what way they can add value to the response, because this is a crisis that is facing the whole community, the whole sectors of the society, such that it does not discriminate the young ones or whichever demographic group, but rather all of us have a role to play.
Thank you so much for your time. Najua uko na haraka sana.
I'm honored to have spent these few minutes here, and I'm looking forward to further engaging even elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time, sir. Well, you heard it there. That is Mr. Peter Maneno, who is the Assistant Director at the Ministry of Environment. Well, as you said, we are facing a crisis that is not only affecting the people next to you, but everywhere in the world. It's an emerging crisis in this world that needs urgent taking care of. And who are well placed to do that if not the youth? As you said, they are energetic enough to tackle these issues. So that's our rallying call to all the youths out there. Take this initiative as you are sacred enough to ensure that you keep on fighting for the environment. You conserve the environment. Well, if you're just joining us live, I would love to remind you that we are at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, where the annual Interfaith Youth Forum on Peace and Integral Ecology is underway, with this year's theme being Peace with Creation. Well, now we'll be joined with one of the partners of this very event, Madam Gloria. Kindly introduce yourself to the viewers.
My name is Gloria Munyeva, and I am the chairperson of the Youth Network for Interreligious Brotherhood organization.
You're the patron, eh? Oh, chairperson.
Yes.
Now, how do you think events like this help people understand the link between peace and ecology?
Well, of course, even with the organization itself, which is Younib, the factor of peace and creation, the first thing is trying to ensure that we are the mediators between, human beings and the environment. And that's one of the key missions of the Younib TV, which is to be the mediator and the link, and to only evangelize on the truth in terms of social amenities and social development, as well as environmental development. And as for peace with creation, conflicts creates disruption towards ecological system, and so does limited resources and other deforestation and other negative human activities. And that's the most important link that we're trying to also patch up as an organization. Yes.
Now, for someone wondering there at home, yeah, what inspired your organization to partner in this year's Interfaith Youth Forum?
Well, first thing, the Younib organization is actually under the patronage of St. Francis of Assisi, which is the common link for us and the Laudato Si movement. Apart from that, we do ascribe to the encyclical of Pope Francis towards Laudato Si, encyclical and Laudato Deum as well. And therefore, for our partnership in this is to ensure that we are able to reach a wider network of communities, and especially from low-income areas where they're marginalized, even with information. And that is something that is really not talked about. And that is a core driver for us to partner with such like-minded organizations.
That's really nice. Now, what message do you want youths today at this forum to take home?
I believe that the panelists who are there will give more than enough information, but what I can say is climate change is not a white man's problem, and the fact that Africa has the most mineral resources and natural resources in the whole world that can sustain even the entire world on its own means that we are actually very capable. And it's high time for us to also look towards our own resources, using our own resources rather than just following the Western civilization or method, what they call as civilization on its own. Yes.
Now, looking ahead, yes, how can partnerships between universities, faith groups, and youth organizations such as Younib be strengthened?
Well, this is one of the forums that we have, and also having the Younib TV in line in view of this also helps us to be able to voice out and amplify the voices of these like-minded individuals and institutions such as JPIC and Laudato Si, as well as all the partners involved, including Oxfam. And what we are trying to do as Younib organization through the Younib TV definitely is to ensure that we are at these key conferences and forums that will enable other youths from other places to be connected through digital.
Now, events like this, what impact do you think they have in the society?
Definitely positive, a lot, but is positive, of course. First of all, it's creating awareness and enhancing awareness, dissemination of information in a simple way that even those who are unable to access literacy levels, like the experts, are able to also gain current affairs information that will sustain how they are developing in terms of individual or societal. And that is what we're looking for, basically. Yes.
Now, before I let you go, since you are also a youth, as I can see, now what message do you have for other youths out there, those watching us online and those who are here in with us?
The innovation in this sector is very wide, and it needs a lot of minds. And I believe that youths have these minds. It also calls for intergenerational dialogue, which is what we're trying to see from the professors and experts who are actually trying to help us with information. The link between indigenous knowledge as well as modern knowledge can help us to foster better development within our society as well as sustainable solutions. So the basic part is for the youths is to just show up and make sure that they are aware of the real information that is happening, as well as to also underline on the ethical values versus profits. So let's lie towards ethical values instead of profits.
Let us lie towards ethical values instead of profits. Well, those are not my words, those are the words of Gloria Munyiva, who is the chairperson of Younib TV. Well, what can I say? But rather than bring you back to the live coverage of the Interfaith Youth Forum on Climate here at Catholic University of Eastern Africa. My name is Joseph Kamau. Don't go away, we'll be back with more after a while.
drink or you have snack, kindly keep it. You'll take it when you're outside, or you may just keep it. You'll take it later. On the same note, we have our washrooms just at the basement. We have ushers at the door. They will guide you. If you need any help, just reach out to them. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you again and once more to this event. Feel welcome, feel safe, feel at home. For the next program, Gloria Munyiva will take us through. Asanteni sana.
A round of applause to Mr. Bramwell once more. I think he has done such a wonderful job. I would also like to call for order. All those members who are outside, kindly proceed. Okay, yes. For the volunteers or for the planners, some of the organizers, kindly let us help the rest to settle back within the auditorium. And then DJ, I will take this opportunity to ask you to usher us into this short segment, which will be considering for the panel discussions. Very, very lively panel discussion. So DJ, usher us in.
One clip. I'm one of them. Hey yo, Chris. Dance out. We have money in our pocket and y'all on the list. We can't miss.
She roll nothing no clash. 18 pull up on the ass of them a flash. Push to the board, pocket full of cash. When the girl them see we all of them a scream. Oh my God! Black cats like a fire clash. Them on the paper traces like 100-meter dash. Step up on the stage because the works them a finish. Click, 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 click. And so the cameras are flash. Daddy, 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 da. Ah, ah. Daddy, 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 da. Daddy, 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 da. Ah, ah. Daddy, 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 da. Me and my friends. Step in, step in, step in. You know we and the ladies will step in, step in, step in. I said the big yard.
Leo sapa tunakuladi mpishi. Bora tushibe. Mwiko refu tunafungadi mshipi. Bora tupike.
Ati nini?
Kamba ya kutoneza gongewa. Hauna moja na bado timing unatolewa. Bora mpishi jumpishi bora shaolewa. Easy but niko easy ganji kitolewa.
Baby don't touch me there. Me gonna wake you in the air. I miss it, touch me there. Sugar love low, find me there. Hakuna cherry vast, nikisha kanyaga I'm always on time. Hakuna zimefit kwenye ninyo ni magret. Feeling really high. I'm feeling best, check it feeling energy. I'm feeling best, check it you can only high. Feeling really Many bumpers, many flicker the quattros. Still pay your number, gonna pay a cookie cross. You shot and cut the cut on your toes.
Niache nyashi pite boss kwani mini nuku. Sikosi nguvu baby girl mi ukula njugu. Bad to the bone lazima nikunywe supu. Shake that thing hadi upigwe marufuku. Kaende kaende kifo cha mende. Unaninyonya kama maembe na tembe. Game bubu vitu zetu usiseme. Wacha wabaki wakidhani kuna venye. Peleka juu, peleka chini. Usiogope kuu, rarua mini. Ikishika sana, toa ulimi. Sako zikipanda, cheza na nani tuko area. Chiki vile dobe metubeba. Kikisha kichwa tuongeba.
DJ. If you've loved the DJ's vibes, clap once. Uko show you metosha. If you've loved the DJ's vibes, clap once. Very nice. DJ, thank you so much. So now we are focusing towards our next segment, which will be a panel discussion towards faith leaders and expert panel led by one of our own, the Africa Program Manager of Laudato Si Movement, Mrs. Madam, I'll be fired. Madam Ashley Kitisia. A round of applause as she comes. Round of applause. Nipeng, Nipeng. And as she comes, her roundtable will be, conducted or led by the expertise of Dr. Erkan from Harmony Institute. Harmony Institute Director, Dr. Erkan. As we wait, Mr. Holians Odhiambo, Baha'i Faith, please proceed. Mr. Holians Odhiambo from Baha'i Faith, please proceed. Please proceed. We also have Rukia Hamis from 350 organization. Okay. Yes. So Rukia Hamis from 350 organization, Repower Africa. She's the 350 Africa senior organizer. Snappers. Let's encourage them as they proceed. Yes. Once more, calling out for Dr. Erkan. Dr. Erkan from Harmony Institute, Director of Harmony Institute. Okay, as we wait for them to come, Nimeambiwa, we have lovely presentation that is in order from Baha'i Faith. Do you have it ready?
Thanks so much. In place of Harmony Institute, I'd like to request Mr. Harun Thuku to join us on stage to represent our dear Dr. Erkan. And in the meantime, I'd like to invite the Hare Krishna community to give us a presentation and guide us on a chant. Welcome. Yes, please. Yes.
Hamjambo nyote. Okay, I've been given 5 minutes. I don't know what to say in 5 minutes, but because I'm a priest, I'll try to mention God as many times as possible because I'm looking for the love of God. And before that, I want you to know that today I am 70 years, 2 months, and 4 days old. So on top of that, I will only say that is because of the grace of God. And whoever knows God is great, clap hands. So because I'm a priest, I can only glorify God. I don't know what to say on the topic down there, but I'll try to say a few words on harmony between nature and creation. And by the way, you will not be tired of me because I've been given only 5 minutes. And now I think I've finished in 2 minutes. I've got 3. So thank God you will not listen to the old man too much. And if you love God, clap hands again. Now, when we talk about harmony between nature and the creation, number one, we have to understand that the creation and the nature we are talking about, it all belongs to God. Just like if I give you my car, for example, and I tell you, take care of my car. If you don't take care of it, I have to punish you. Because it's my car, it's not your car. This world we are living in, the creation is God's creation. And it is mentioned that unless we put God in the center, there will be no harmony within the creation. Now, I'm taking you back to school because old man went to school by 1970s. So I'll take you back to school again. Now, the only thing you are going to do is I'm going to mention different things which were created by God. And we only use them, and if we don't say thank you to God, we are thieves. Number one is this earth we are stepping on. Everyone has to walk on earth. Number two, we are drinking water every day. We are using water to bathe our bodies. If we can't appreciate God because of that, we are thieves. So anytime you are making your steps, remember God. You remember who? And if you love God, clap your hands. When you are walking, whatever you are doing, when you are tilling the ground to plant your maize, beans, whatever, Burundi, I think they have got very good land. By the way, I had my friend there, and he showed me love. And when he was showing me love, I remembered how God loves us. And there is no other than Girisan, Father Girisan. I was told to come and sit near him, and he was the best ever. He showed me a lot of love. So if you are ready to show others love, clap your hands to yourself. So earth belongs to God. Water is a property of God. Air, the one we breathe in and out, belongs to God. Fire, the one we cook with, is a property of God. And the space which we are walking through belongs to God. Those 5 items, if you can't glorify God, if you can't say God is great for anything else, those 5, remember. Now, to finish up my talk, I want you to tell me what are those 5. Put up your hand if you can remember them. 1, yes. Earth, very good. Water, another one. Air. Space. I think there's one remaining. Fire. Your mom cooks with fire. Okay, so because I've got only 5 minutes, I can teach you a lot of things because of 2 reasons. I've been studying religion for 45 years up to now. And I've been interacting with people for all those 45 years. And there's a lot I can tell you, but we have 5. I was given 5 minutes. And on top of that, I just want to tell you, I appreciate so much the dancers who were here. Clap hands for them. They were my center of interest. And you know why? I remembered God, and I found there is nothing people love more than music. When there is a space here between, when there is a space between one program and another, I'm hearing, hey, DJ, and then when I hear DJ, only music. So, I'm going to give you one music just now, and the music will have only, but not for long, Remember, we have 5 minutes. Okay. The music mentions only 3 names, Hare, Krishna, and Rama, and I am going to blame my regional secretary for Eastern Africa because he didn't bring those words near me here. Oh, they are here. Okay, even there, wow. Sorry, I'm old man, so don't blame the old man. So those words, they are 16, but you can break them into 3. Hare, Krishna, and Rama. Hare means the energy of God. God is the one who gives us energy from where we came from. If it wasn't for God, can we be here? Yes and no, yes or no? No, so God is the only one we need to praise all the time. But we have to praise our leaders, otherwise we will not get something to eat. And Krishna means the one who attracts everybody, the blacks, the whites, the Chinese, the Americans, everybody. Mention who. Everyone knows God is there. That is the meaning of the word Krishna. And the Rama means the source of pleasure. Let me ask the school children, do you wake up in the morning and to tell God, oh God, you are not good. God, you are stupid because you have not given me malaria. Do you do that? Because God is the one who gives us happiness. But sometimes we don't get the happiness because we are in a world where we need to understand who God is so that we can go back to God after this life. In the spiritual world, I'm finishing now. In the spiritual world, people don't die because they don't misuse the creation. Here we are used to misusing the creation. There is a speaker called Maneno. He spoke so much about that. And we have Father Giri Sang. He spoke so much about that from the book of Genesis. Anyway, I just came when he was talking, so I was a little bit late. So in the spiritual world, people don't spoil the creation, and people live forever and ever and ever and ever, what the Christians call amen. Forever and ever, amen. But here, my name is Lavanga. You can hear, oh, Lavanga is dead the other day. And people in the spiritual world, they don't get sickness of any type. They are always happy. And people in the spiritual world, they understand things the way they should understand. They don't go to school to study. Anyway, now we are going to sing that song. And I'll ask not all the students, but I saw them, they are very good dancers. They can come, I know you can follow tune. At least with the red, you can come like 5 or 10. Yeah, 10 of you. You can volunteer yourself. Come, 10 of you here, and you face the students. You'll hear the tune. You'll follow it. And that school, yeah, come 10 of you. You meet, yes. You do like this, yes. You come. 10 of you, come here in front. Don't waste time. Yes. You come down. Yes, 10. And he's a musician in profession from the university. So you'll just follow the tune, And those are the words there. Hey, you don't like God? Please come, 10 of you. Okay, I'm going to, yes. Yes. And by the way, I don't have much time, so come quickly. So after that song, bus, because in the spiritual world, instead of people walking, they are dancing. That's why you like dance. And in the spiritual world, instead of people talking, they sing. That's why you love music. That's why you say DJ, DJ, DJ. Okay. Hey, what about, oh, you okay? You can come more as we go on. As we go on, okay? DJ. This is my DJ, sorry, not you.
Yeah, so we're very pleased to be with you here, and we'll just be chanting this ancient mantra.
And Govinda Prem, you come here, you'll also dance, but you'll be here. No, you have to dance, come. Okay, he doesn't like dancing, he's an old man.
Okay, so the essence is to basically bring ourselves into a peaceful state, a happy state, by connecting to this mantra or connecting to this, these words, these ancient words. So, ili tusaidia wasi wenye wana dance hapa hivi, we'll just clap. Nyinde instruments zetu. Tutaenda mrutia. Just go on, please. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Everybody, please join us. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare. I think you can do better. One more time, everybody, one more time. Hare Krishna, together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So we'll break it down. I'll sing. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Okay, we go together. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. You can stand up and join us. Stand up and join us. Hare, Hare Krishna. Together. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. From your hearts, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. One last one with everything you have. One last one. Let's go. One and go. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Thank you so much. Give yourselves a round of applause.
So God has got millions and millions of names like Ngai, Allah, Jehovah, Yahweh, and you mention it, Adonai. So wherever you are, just try to remember God and never forget God and praise Him all the time. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you so much to the Hare Krishna team. Before we start our panel, I'd like to invite Dr. Gitonga from choir. Let's snap for him as he proceeds. Snap for him. Snap, snap. Exactly. Snap, 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 snap. Ale, 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 ale. 1, 2, 3, go. Mwah. Guys, come on. Let's try once more. Allah, 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 Allah. 1, 2, 3, go. Mwah. Yeah, that's the Younib style. Karibu sana, Dr. Gitonga.
Asante. So, good afternoon, my brothers and sisters, young leaders of today and tomorrow. Good afternoon. Karibuni sana to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Are you comfortable? Very comfortable? When are you joining us? For your degree programs? Next year? All the best. That's why we are here today, so that you can have a sample of the reason. And the theme is very clear. What's the theme? Come again? Asante. Now, It is actually a great joy. I've actually been invited by one of my senior colleagues, Father Ambaru. Thank you so much. And it's with great joy that I stand here and join you in this celebration, in this Interfaith Youth Forum, where we gather with one heart, one spirit, and one mission, to build peace with creation. Actually, this is a very, very powerful word. When we talk about peace, we often think about harmony among people, but true peace cannot exist unless we are all at peace with the world that God gave us or entrusted us with. Whatever God gave us, we have to take care of it. That is when peace is achieved. Now, we are talking about the forests, we are talking about the rivers, about the animals, the soil, even the air we breathe is actually part of peace. Creation is not just our environment, it is our common home, and today that home is really crying out for healing. Are we together? I hope that's not a sad story. Now, as youth, we are not just leaders of tomorrow, we are the leaders of now. Each time you plant a tree, reduce waste, or choose renewable energy, you are declaring peace. Each time you resist greed, tama, and embrace simplicity, you are actually preaching louder than any sermon. That's why you're finding people fighting corruption. It's part of peace. Because when there's no corruption, every resource is allocated to where it belongs. When you plant a tree, when you take care of a drop of water, that is what we call peace, and the theme translates to it. Now, at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, this is the home of innovation, faith, and transformation. We are committed to raising leaders who think globally, act ethically, and serve humanity with love. We believe that education is not just about the degrees we get, but about preparing young people like you to heal the wounds of our planet and bring hope to our communities. So let us together, as guardians of creation and as ambassadors of peace, let us remind the world that the youth unite when faiths unite. When you are united here as youth, we are also united from different faiths. Now, before I leave the stage, I need a commitment from you. Sawa sawa, tukue na agreement. Before you leave this compound today, please make sure you give yourself a promise. And the promise has to be one, that you'll be an ambassador of peace. Ukirudi shule, ukirudi nyumbani, wherever you're going to be, declare to be an ambassador of peace. Sawa sawa. So thank you so much. I wish you the very best as you progress with the Congress and the forums today, all the breakout sessions. Tomorrow again, as you progress with the activities, please feel free. Any amenities that you want to enjoy, I want to assure you this is home. May Almighty God bless you so much. And once again, karibuni sana to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Asante.
So for the Younib organization, we usually clap for people in a special way. If you know how Younib claps, help me to clap on this. Let us give him a sound clap. Another one. Another bigger one. Bigger, bigger, bigger. And then, I haven't had that. I haven't had it yet. Let us give him a sound clap. Another one. Another bigger one. Asante sana, Dr. Kitonga. That was really doing good, right? So now we have come to our special session. Help me. No, if your neighbor is sleeping or anakaa naenda kulala, chuna yeye bana. Chuna yeye. Yes. Tumekunywa chai. We've just finished taking tea. We can't be that tired. Come on. And besides, the information that we'll get from here is what will help us prepare for the continuous competition for Green Talent Awards. So let us continue being energetic. Allow me to now invite the next session, which will be moderated by Madam Ashley Kitisia, who's the Laudato Si Movement Africa Program Manager. So, Madam Ashley. Thank you. Let's give her a round of applause. In her panel discussion, we have Dr. Erkan from Harmony Institute, the director of Harmony Institute. I think it will be better if the moderator invites her guests herself, right? Karibu, Ashley.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gloria. Can we give Gloria a round of applause? She's doing such a wonderful job. Now I'd like to invite the panelists to join me on stage, led by Harun Thuku. Harun Thuku is currently serving at Harmony Institute. The second panelist will be Holian Sodhiambo of the Baha'i Faith. And last but not the least, Ruhia Khamis of 350 Africa. Thanks, Gloria. Do you mind sharing the mics?
Yes.
Thanks. So I welcome you all to this section. We're going to take a little bit of a short time, given that I know that we are all getting ready to get into the segment of the Green Talent Show. And so this panel is about raising faith voices in support of renewable energy. Earlier, when we began the session, our keynote speaker, Mr. Peter Maneno, had shared that renewable energy is increasingly becoming widely adopted in the region. And just following the conclusion of the Africa Climate Summit, various heads of state in Africa had made a commitment as well to be able to increase renewable energy capacity. And of course, we celebrate this, and we have a very able panel of different organizations and institutions that are living out this practice. Thank you so much. So perhaps we can begin with you, Harun. Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do at Harmony Institute? And in the meantime, we had made a call for Sister Faith Kamau and Sheikh Hussein Jarar. If you're here with us, please also join us on stage. In the meantime, let's test the knowledge of the members in the room. Can someone please tell me the main sources of renewable energy? By show of hands. Yes. Solar. Yes. Wind. Yes. Hydropower. Sorry, what was that? The lady in the beautiful yellow scarf? Water, awesome. Thank you so much. And what are fossil fuels? What are some examples of fossil fuels? You know? Or non-renewable sources of energy? Coal. Charcoal. Wood. There's one more. We mentioned it this morning. Yes, sir, at the back. Petroleum, oil. Yes.
There's one up here.
Gas, exactly. Thank you. Awesome. And so, when we are talking about this transition, have your schools started adopting renewable energy, perhaps? Do you notice that there is use of solar in your schools? Really? In what ways? Is it to power the classrooms, or is it for pumping water? Pumping water. So that's very helpful, isn't it? Because it doesn't really pollute our environment more, you know, compared to using a generator, which is like, you know, noisy. It usually has also a lot of oil. It's expensive, isn't it? So is it safe to say that in this room I am surrounded by renewable energy advocates? Oh, that's very, very nice. That's great. And so when you are taking this to the communities, do you explain this to your grandma, your grandparents, on why they don't need to use kerosene anymore? Yeah? That's very great. So are we ready? Thank you so much. So Sister Faith, since you're holding the mic, please tell us more about yourself and what you do.
Okay, I'm Sister Faith Nyambura Kamau, an Ursuline Sisters of the Roman Union, a Laudato Si animator, and also a Laudato Si chapter leader. Currently, I'm working in Nyumbani Village. Nyumbani Village is an orphanage serving 524 children. I'm also working with youths with matter to deal with Laudato Si and to care for environment. I also do advocate for solar energy. Like today I'm happy because I've heard all of you have knowledge about solar energy. Yeah, and I'm so happy to be here today to learn from you as you learn from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Harun.
Good afternoon. I am Harun Thuku, currently working at Harmony Institute. I am here to represent our director who could not make it due to other engagement. Harmony Institute is a non-governmental organization that was started in 2014, and it's an advocacy organization that views peace building as an activity that starts with dialogue. And so the organization brings people of different backgrounds, be it cultural, religious, together, and create an environment where they can discuss, talk, have friendship, so that when there is these drivers of conflict, people already know the stereotypes that are there and can be able to discern them from the truth. And we are also advocates of climate change and renewable energy. We have programs that are promoting regenerative energy and phase out of fossil fuels. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome, Harun. Holians.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Holians Odhiambo. I serve in the Office of External Affairs of the Baha'is of Kenya. So basically, the Office of the External Affairs of the Baha'is of Kenya is an agency of the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Kenya. And our core mandate is to engage in dialogue and collaborate with like-minded organizations and institutions, individuals, such as faith-based organizations, academia, media, to engage in conversations of issues of national importance. For example, like what we are having today, talking about climate change and environmental justice, gender equality, and also to strengthen interfaith relationships between our country, and also to work towards national cohesion and long-lasting peace in our country. Thank you.
Thank you. Rukia.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Assalamu alaikum for those who can understand assalamu alaikum, and Bwana asifiwe kwa wale wa Bwana asifiwe. So my name is Rukia Hamis. I'm the senior organizer for 350 Africa. 350 is a movement building organization, and what that means is we support with trainings, storytelling, and networking that's in line with climate justice and energy justice as well. We work on different campaigns across the continent that supports communities to be able to push and ask for the energy that they need. So in case in your community there's a coal-fired power plant and you need support to get that power plant out of your community, then you will reach out to us. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. And just Rukia, since you have the mic, I wanted to start this conversation to discuss about what are the real impacts of fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas, and especially in your work across the region. Have you seen this, and how does it impact communities?
Thank you. Thanks, Ashley, and thank you for starting the difficult question with me. I think Ashley broke down coal, oil, and gas, and nuclear earlier when she spoke about this, and most people come to us and say, okay, you're saying we shouldn't use oil, we shouldn't use coal, we shouldn't use what, because this has been used in Germany and it's been used in the US and it has given them money. So why shouldn't as Africans use the same kind of resources that they also maintain, right? Sadly, when you look at energy and energy justice, you always have to ask yourself, who's this energy for? Earlier, the schools were saying the energy is being used for pumping water for their dormitories or pumping, water for farming, etc. That's energy justice because you're using it and you can see where your energy is working. Sadly, in the current context of the continent, you find that energy projects, whether it's massive coal-fired power plants, massive oil and gas projects, are intended for export. They're not intended for the communities where they are mined at. So for the cases of Lamu, where they wanted to put a coal-fired power plant in Lamu, it was not meant to support the needs of the Lamu community. Or for the case of Virunga, if you know of Virunga forest, Virunga is the Amazon of Africa, which is based in the DRC. They have massive oil and gas deposits, but those oil and gas deposits are not meant for those communities. So you see that in exploration of oil and gas in Africa, the intention of it has never been to develop Africa in any way or another, but mostly to impact and deteriorate the living communities that are in that spaces. We've seen cases of very bad impacts in Ogoniland in Nigeria, where the streams and rivers have been contaminated with oil just because that community was not able to cater for themselves. So whenever someone comes to you and tells you that oil, gas, etc. is good for the country or good for Africa, you should actually be able to tell them, actually, where is this energy coming from, and can we look at other alternatives that we can touch on? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Yes, I mean, the imperative is that we need a just transition, given the interconnectedness between the need for energy access, the preservation of biodiversity, and also addressing the climate crisis. Thank you so much. And over to you, Hollians. Hollians, what opportunities are there for young people in renewable energy?
Thanks so much for that question. I do believe there's massive opportunities for the young people in renewable energy. When you consider, number one, renewable energy is still growing and quite labor intensive and requires a lot of innovation. And when you think of young people, some of the characteristics of young people is the innovativeness and the energy that they bring. So when you look at that, there would be so much opportunity for young people to innovate and build the technologies that work within our communities, and also learn to maintain some of these systems that we are putting in place in terms of renewable energy. So the young people should be excited whenever conversation about renewable energy is had anywhere.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Very, very poignant. And over to you, Harun and Sister Faith. What is the role of faith communities in this?
Okay, what I can say about faith community, first of all, is about bringing peace and hope. Hope in a sense that the future generation, they're going to have an environment which is clean, a place whereby they're going to enjoy and feel this is a home for us all. Knowing that this use of renewable energy is going to make our environment, like I've talked already about cleanness of the environment, and also costs, because it's not expensive, unlike other the energy that is like generator, the one that you have said. And also, you can recycle solar energy panels. So in future, probably, there's no need of like maybe throwing them or maybe polluting environment. So there's a need to recycle these solar panels, and even the solar batteries, you can use it in future. So the environment is going to be clean, and also there will be peace for the future generation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Over time, it is well known that faith actors are the only ones that transcend term limits like politicians. And so, faith actors have a critical role in advancing the renewable energy conversation. Because looking at, say, a faith like Christianity or Islam that is beyond Kenya, beyond Uganda, beyond Africa, if one religion says we are advancing renewable energy, and then another says we are advancing renewable energy, it achieves the goal much faster than depending on political actors. Because ask yourself, how long will Ruto serve Kenya? 10 years to the maximum. What were 2 term, maybe the next 2 years will be out, and then the next president comes with another thing. But take an example of Catholic Church that is headed in Rome and is all over the world, or Anglican, or Islam. And these people have a bigger reach than even political actors. And so that's why we are saying they have a bigger role in advancing this conversation, because it is not very friendly to the
interest in it, and what is existing now is benefiting a lot of people. It's funding a lot of campaigns. But seeing that faith actors have more interest in politics, they have more political interest, they are the ones that should take the forefront in advancing this conversation.
Okay, let me add something. I'm thinking about the issue to do with interlogging, like that is calling for a forum called the Interleaders Group, National Group, to come and keep together. Because for me, I do understand that you can't do something alone, but if we are together, we can think of something to change the environment, and also which is going to take care of the environment. The same thing too also, I'm thinking about the issue of action.
The action whereby, if, for example, we are advocating for solar energy or the use of us, the faith-based, or the church, or me as a person and you, we start by being the example so that others can follow. It's about maybe planting trees together, or maybe like initiating other groups, or even empowering. It's good to start ourselves so that other people, they can follow. Yeah.
Thanks for setting the stage, dear sister. And now to Rukia, how can young people turn climate anxiety into climate hope? What actions can they take practically to lead this revolution?
Thanks, Ashley. I think one way is doing this. Whenever there are forums where you're able to interact with like-minded communities or interfaith, etc., when young people engage themselves in these spaces, they're able to kind of have a sense of which niche and which areas they want to take forward and take on. That's one. Over the past few years, I think since 2019, we've seen quite a massive upscale of youths taking up action. So with the Fridays for Future, the Extinction Rebellions, etc., it's quite inspiring to see such an amazing movement of young, energetic people taking forefronts in terms of how they want to speak around either climate justice, social justice, and environmental justice as well. So keeping that up is always helpful as well. And then I think finally, it will be to start where you are. I think Sister has mentioned this. It can be as small as if I'm located in Mombasa, taking a step forward to say, hey, I want to clean my streets, or I want to clean my village, or I want to conserve water in my home. So start where you are, and then you can always go far with that. Thanks.
Thank you. And also just back to you, Rukia, and perhaps also I'll extend this to audience. In terms of innovation, I'm thinking about the campaigns that your organizations run. Are there any that the young people can be able to use and be able to channel the conservation, but also put their talents into?
Thanks, Ashley, for allowing us to promote ourselves further. So currently, I convene a network called African Network, and the network is full of mix of young people, students, university, and people and in this case, we're working with their trainings and having anthem, which are called African clubs. And this clubs get a 6 weeks training that helps you understand how do you start from 0 to 100 when you get to be able to start a community-led renewable energy project in your locality or where you live. So that's one way we work with communities. The last piece is one we just launched, just on Monday, a campaign called Power Africa. The intention of Power Africa is it's a Pan-African-wide campaign whose intention is to really look at how can we rethink what energy and justice looks like in our communities, and not on the scale of we don't want coal, but what does it look like when our communities are saying yes to something? What does it look like when we're saying we want this? So the Power Africa campaign is Pan-African across the continent and works with communities to figure out what energy makes sense in our community.
Number one, we also organize spaces, like recently we've been organizing community self-organized dialogue spaces. And these are spaces where young people and various people from the community have come together and share they are trying to adapt or to change. That means we are shifting the narrative from just being parties happening to us to active protagonists of change, and we are taking action. And these are forums where young people can always bring their innovation and innovative ideas. They can also share some of the dreams that they have with the community. And that's at very local level, grassroots levels. And these ideas that come from these levels are also cascaded upwards to influence national policies and also multilateral processes. So we've also been very active in conversations like building the future we want. And we've been involved in the future dialogues where a lot of young people were encouraged so much to bring their ideas, to bring their perspectives the conversation. And so the conversations that the young people are having is connected together with the knowledge that is there and the wisdom of the elderly to shape the policies and the multilateral conversation of the United Nations.
That's really great. I mean, level and also at the grassroots level. And just lastly, before we just get into the final parting shots from each of the panelists, it's to Harun and Sister. When it comes to these decisions that are being made for Africa's energy future, how can young people keep leaders accountable? How can they continue to engage in these spaces?
The first solution is why. Answering why is it that this is the solution being given to us. Number two, do we know the solution? So first, we need to get to know what are the policies that have been implemented, what are the policies that have been written down and not implemented, and why were they not implemented, and why are we in the state we are in? Because from my perspective, what happens to Africa is we are not the causers. We are not the ones who cause. We are the receivers of what happens. And we need to ask ourselves why. And then from why we figure out what can we do about it. This renewable energy, can we own it? And so that from now going forward, we are the ones driving the conversation, and not that the receivers of the solutions being given.
For me, what I can say, thinking about the call of Laudato Si and Laudato Deum, about the care for Mother Earth, I feel it is a call for us all here to take care of the environment. And as we all know, the first step, like if you're going to take care of the environment today, and if you're going to respond to the cry of the earth, first of all, is to respond to the change of time. And the change of time, like today we know we are being called to embrace the use of renewable energy. And as I've already said about, like for me, I've talked about advocating for solar energy. Truly speaking, solar energy is very good. And if we all want clean environment, we want something that it will sustain us for future. It's about embracing it today. And I do understand the future generation, that is our youth. They're going to be the leader tomorrow. And a message that I'll have to them today is, it's good to embrace the future. And we are going to embrace it today by reading the signs of time and knowing that Mother Earth is calling us to take care of the environment. Yeah, that's what I have.
Thank you very much. Now, in conclusion, our statement, a word, maybe starting with Rukia all the way to Sister Faith, to conclude and wrap up this beautiful panel.
Thank you so much, Ashley. I think one statement I'd say, I think I'll borrow it again from Gary Mathai. Do your little thing. Take any stride you can whenever you can, and just start where you can. It can be from school, it can be at home, and then you can always be here to guide you from home. Thanks.
To emphasize on the point that she has said, I want us to live here, particularly for the young people. We have something to contribute. We are all active participants. And what does that mean for us to be contribute to the transformation? because we are just still transitioning. We are not even yet there. Take time and all the opportunities that there is available to learn about what it means to move to just transition. So you've seen a lot of presentations that have happened today. There's so much to learn about the science of climate change itself and the solutions that needs to be offered. So when you live here, take time to learn, build your capacity to innovate, build your capacity to change the story of Africa. And number two, let's always advocate for justice. Let's think about equity in everything that we do. Because the old order has always been a few are benefiting from massive extractive resources that are there on Earth. But we want to flip that so that all the resources that we have, the benefits are shared equitably across the continent, that everyone at least benefit from it. Thank you.
I would like to urge all of us to take a personal and individual role in all of this by asking ourselves, what can I do? What role can I play in this? And whenever you are doing anything with the environment, ask yourself, am I adding value? Am I taking value away? They say nature always has a way of balancing itself and rejuvenating. What role are you playing in that cycle? It is St. Francis of Assisi that we are celebrating today, and he said, we start with what is necessary. What you can do, do it. And then from the necessary, we do what is possible. And eventually, we will be doing what is impossible. It starts with an individual role, an individual initiative. And then eventually, we will be there moving and changing the narrative to renewable energy.
My message, what I can say is, I believe I can. I believe we can. And the changes calls us today. We need to start a step by step. And the same too, I believe if you are going to plant a tree today, the same way that tree is going to grow up and support the future generation, is the same way the change that we are going to make today, it will help and support the future generation. So together, let us embrace the change and we become the same change. Thanks a lot and God bless.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much. We are very, very grateful to Rukia Kamis, 350 Africa, Audience of War, Baha'i Faith, Harun Dugu of Harmony Institute, and Sister Faith for Solar Interfaith. Thank you so much. It has been a pleasure to have this session with you. Have a lovely afternoon. Another round of applause, please. Let us give them a sound clap. Amsha neighbor. Tunapiga makofi wote sasa. Let us give them a sound clap.
Another one. Another bigger. Mejam. Seweni mwa mtakula lunch. Jokes. So, right on. I know right now we have all the information. As future leaders, as present leaders, sometimes the jargons are hard because we are not aware. If I ask you, fossil fuel, ni nini kwa Kiswahili? Who can tell me? What is fossil fuel? What is fossil fuel? What is greenhouse gas? Yes. What is gas in Swahili? Are you really Pan-Africanist? Or do we think that just speaking in English makes us look more educated? Embrace. Or use your mother tongue. Who has an answer? Questions to point out. So right now, I am privileged to invite the next session, which will take. Oh, you have an answer. In your mother tongue. In Swahili. What specifically? No, the translation for which word? Please do pass the microphone to her. Very nice. Very, very nice.
Mafuta kisukuku.
Mafuta kisukuku.
Yeah.
That is the translation for it? For secure. Just snap for her. Snap, 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 snap. Clap, 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 clap. Very nice. Mafuta kisukuku. Hey, I don't know about renewable energy. People think about it and then they'll come back. And so, right now, moving on, we have around the next discussion, part of the discussion will just take strictly 15 minutes. It will be an interfaith youth dialogue panel on youth commitment on promoting renewable energy. The moderator will be from Oxfam, Kenya. Do we have? A round of applause to him as he comes forward. Thank you so much. We have Madam Lee Modesta from Green Faith. Is she around, one of the panelists? Madam Lee Modesta from Green Faith, the representative for Green Faith. Okay. A round of applause to her. We have Madam Flavia Dwanzala from the Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation Franciscan Association. Madam Flavia. Madam Flavia. As we wait for her, we can have Valerie Ochien from OAY. A round of applause to her. And then I'm supposed to have a representative from St. Michael Secondary School. Representative from St. Michael Secondary School. Mr. Wilson Macharo from St. Michael Secondary School. And you have Michelle Beatrice from Bishop Mazzoldi. Michelle Beatrice. Faith Raymond from Thomas Aquinas Secondary School. Okay, so as we wait for the other members to arrive, nani amejua greenhouse gas ni nini kwa Kiswahili? I think this is Beatrice, Michelle, or Michelle Beatrice. A round of applause to this young, beautiful girl. Wilson Mocharo. Walk with confidence. A round of applause to St. Michael's King Harper. And then we have Faith Raymond. Very nice. A round of applause.
So as I give the floor to Oxfam, a very wonderful, wonderful supporter in environmental and social justice, let us continue pondering what greenhouse. Ukona jibu ya greenhouse? Ah, okay. Apewe microphone. Ukona sauti? Now that's confidence. Let's go. Yes, chafu. A round of applause. She knows. That's good. You want to tell me only one school can be able to translate? How would you? Hakuna lugha kwa Kimasai yenye unasema constituent nini? Aya, sawa, but oxygen basi. No? Oh, we need to really work hard. Okay. Yes, please take over. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Madam MC. Wonderful. Hi, guys. Habari zenu. Good afternoon, guys. Hi. My session, na iko na watu vijana. Hi, guys. Kimchangamkia watu wengi. DJ, mchangamshe kidogo. Hii ni session ya watu wa seko. Everybody stand up. Let's do one second. Everybody on your feet. DJ, take it 1 second. 1 second. Pull up, DJ. Which school is that? I like you already. Guys, let me tell you, I went out during the session and you guys were sleeping. Sasa niko tu na nyinyi. Because I saw some guys were sleeping when the session was on. If it gets boring, DJ, nayo. Sawa, we are talking to secondary school students. Guys, don't get bored. These are relational things. They are relevant to you. If you must sleep, please tell me to stop. Tuanze tena. Sawa? My name is Hilary. I'm program officer at Oxfam Kenya. Oxfam Kenya, very briefly, is an NGO, a non-governmental organization, and we work to reduce inequality. So my supervisor just come in. Big up to my supervisor, Madam Hannah Wangombe. Please say hi. That's Hannah Wangombe. Yeah, she heads my department. Thank you for allowing me to be here. Good, guys. It's going to be a fun session. So very brief questions to all of you. The mic is right on your desk. Some nitauliza two very brief questions. We were being challenged in Swahili na yule mtu amepata the interpretation of some of these terms. Let me tell you something, guys. The climate space, as it were, can be a bit jargon laden. Si ni ukweli? Iko na matamshi ngumu. You agree, guys? Talk to me. Si ni ukweli? So sometimes inaweza kufanya uswitch off. Like, what are these people saying? But I love the MC. She was making it relational to us. So these are relational things, guys. Hakuna Kiingereza ngumu tunaenda kuongea hapa. And we are going just to have a conversation for 15 minutes. Will you stay with me? Aki msilale, please. I'm watching each one of you from here. You look nice, awesome. Msilale. Okay, sawa. To my panelists, my distinguished panelists, welcome. Thank you for being brave and coming here. I specifically love the guys from high school, so don't be intimidated by the rest. They will help you through the conversations. I just have 3 easy questions. So, now, Mike, I start this side, I'm at the other side. Lynn? Okay, fair enough. Is that feedback? Anything? Okay. Sawa. So, on to my first question. Each one of you, in 1 minute, tell us a story, 1 minute, about what has hurt you on climate crisis, what you saw, what you heard, what you experienced. Angalia, this climate crisis is relational. It's a common but differentiated responsibility. If somebody messes up in the US, they are messing me up. If they mess up in China, they are messing me up. And I saw Father bringing us, the brothers bringing us stories from other countries, because it's common. If they pollute up in, in Addis, they're affecting me down there. If my neighbor makes noise, it's affecting me. So I want to know those stories. Sawa, and I'll start with the secondary school panelists from here. Tell us your name, sema jina lako. You know, Kenya, we speak a lot of English, but Swahili is also a national language, so by all means, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michelle Beatrice Okoyo from Bishop Mazoldi. They know me as Kibibi Okoyo. Yes, and today we are here to advocate about renewable resources, how we can promote them. And as he has said, I will start by a story. The thing that has hurt me the most about climate crisis. You remember that time when Turkana faced drought?
DJ amefurahia Kibibi. Please go ahead.
You remember the time in Turkana when animals were dying, there was drought. You remember?
Yes, yes.
At that time, it hurted me a lot, by the way. I wished if I was a governor or a president to go there, plant as many trees as I could, but it's okay. But in future, we'll see, yes. So that's the thing that hurted me.
Nice, that's a nice story. We all relate to the appreciation, man. I love your presentation, Kibibi. Now I know your new name, Kibibi. Nice. I don't know why I have feedback here. Very well said, very well said. And the youths are not the leaders of tomorrow. Sindio, Gen Z walisema ni sasa hivi. So clinch on to the leadership, be it at secondary school, be it at whatever level. I'm very happy. That's a very relational one. You want to say something? Okay. Okay, next. So Michelle Beatrice Okoyo, wonderful. Okay, on to the distinguished lady in secondary school. Let's have her. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Faith Raymond. I came from St. Thomas Aquinas High School. What hurts I most on the climate crisis is about water. As you know, that water is the main sources at our life, which makes us to live now and forever until the Lord who will take us.
Yes.
About water. As you know, water is the renewable resources to our country. There is most industry which affected our water, whereby yenye ambayo ilikuwa imetusaidia sana katika maisha yetu. Na tunaona ni wengi sana wamefaidika na hiyo na maji ambao pia yamesababisha magonjwa mengi. For example, a diseases that known as typhoid and malaria. And ningependa member wenye ambao ambao ni viongozi watusaidie ku prevent our water resources. Thank you.
Wow. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Very well done, Faith Raymond. Don't cover your face. You did good. Well, let's encourage her again. By the way, guys, even Kibibi, who wants to be a politician, let me tell you something. If you don't give your people water for one day, they could survive without energy, without electricity, but water. And very, very well said, Faith. Without water, then we are having diseases. Without water, we are dying. Without water, the country will go up in flames. Very brilliantly put. So proud of you. Over to you, my brother.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Afternoon once again. Okay, my name is Wilson Mwacharo, but my friends call me El Mwacharo. And
Nani huyo.
Okay, I love stories, by the way. So if you want a story, I'm a good narrator, but not that good. So I like to narrate the story of what I just saw up just recently, not so recently. It was happening in Mombasa, but I don't remember the particular county exactly. Okay. It was about a company which was emitting, should I say, cruel gas, or I don't know to find the correct term to describe it.
Okay.
It was just emitting and polluting the air. And most of the people around there were dying, and they were suffering of some, should I say, is it a skin disease? There was a skin disease that was coming through that pollution of gas. And it really, really affected many people. Such young people were affected, even the old.
Okay.
They were really affected by this issue of pollution of the air. So what I would like just to urge about, I aspire to be a lawyer, by the way, and the thing that I will do, I as the lawyer, I will ensure that I will be more of supporting our environment, especially our air, because without it, you will not have been here if it wasn't for the air that you breathe. And how do you expect you to be here and you don't breathe even fresh air? What I would just like to say is that even to you that are here, if you just see anyone polluting this air of us, you know the modes of pollution of the air. I don't want to mention them because some are critically unmentionable. So if you just see them, just please try to warn them. And I'd like to stop there. Thanks for listening.
Wow. Mr. El Mwacharo. Brilliant, brilliant, lovely. From St. what? 3 East. Nimeandika hiyo. And El Mwacharo wants to be a distinguished lawyer, right? And when he becomes anybody that pollutes the air is in trouble, because you'll face public interest litigation by State Counsel El Mwacharo. Brilliant, so well put. So 3 things, even before I go to other colleagues. The rest are not students, right, Cindy? We're done with the students, fair enough. Three things coming from you. Drought, from Kibibi. The issues of drought, not only cutting across Turkana County, but most of our peripheral northern counties. The issue of water scarcity coming from Faith Raymond, very well put. And from my lawyer, Mr. Mwacharo, about people that pollute the air. Thank you, colleagues. Very well said. Relation. Actually, when you are saying the issue of the air, I saw somebody in the crowd trying to remember which company that was, but very well put. Sawa, thank you, thank you. Doing well so far. So over to you, the rest of my colleagues. Do you have a story that you want to share with us about a situation that stood out to you in terms of pollution? I'll start from Lynn, coming back this way. Lynn is a leading climate activist. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Apologies if I can't be heard well. I have a cold, so in case. My name is Lynn Modesta. I work at Interfaith Africa, which is a global grassroots movement organization that works across 6 countries in Africa. That's Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Nigeria, Ghana, and the DRC. We work on the issues around climate change, energy, as well as, of course, grassroots stories as well. And specifically, I work on the project of women and youth. Before I start my story, I just want to make a quick shout out. My former lecturer is here.
Nice.
I don't know if John Henry, hi. I was once a student, so I was once wearing uniforms as well. And I think I'll mention something along the way around why I gave him a shout out as well.
Okay.
So my story starts from Ushago. Wangapi wanatoka Kisumu? Kisumu peeps. Hey, okay, good. Only city with an airport, I'm just going to say.
Hey.
So, but I come from a place called Kano Plains, where there's a lot of floods. I don't know if a lot of you have heard the famous, every time there's a flood there, you've heard the famous quote from this lady who keeps on going to the interviews of Serikali Saidia.
Yes.
So you've heard it, yeah? So I come from that place. And for me, my story about climate change started from home, where every time we'd go home, it's not just about going for Christmas holidays or getting to enjoy chapatis, but now we're in a situation whereby most of us reside off with mud-thatched houses. So which means every time it rains, we'd have a scenario whereby there's water flooding into our homes.
Okay.
So that also meant that sometimes, yes, it was fun because for us kids, we love playing in the water, right? But then you'll find a scenario whereby, as he mentioned from, I think, which school? St. Michael, and I think one of the ladies also mentioned from Aquinas, yes, around the diseases. So we had the higher chances of getting malaria and bilharzia as well because of the water being flooded. And I remember a scenario where my cousin got sick because of the flooding. And the worst part is, like the initial reaction as a mother is to be able, and that was within our parents, is to be able to at least get soup, at least boil some water, just help them to reduce the fever, etc. But she couldn't because, again, the cooking stoves are also on the ground, so which means they're also flooded. So you'd find a situation whereby our kids in our family, cousins, would get sick. I actually lost one of my cousins to malaria because of the same thing. And over time, we didn't really think to it as climate change. We thought of it as, rains, flooding, the normal thing that we normally see. But then over time, when I got to school, and for me, and I'm really proud of the fact that high schoolers actually know about climate change more than I do. And I like the fact that this conversation is happening at this level. For me, I got to really discover about climate change in campus. I joined a club called Wikanu Club. Are there Wikanu members here? Please say yes. Any Wikanu members? Okay. So that's the Wildlife and Environmental Club of Nazarene University. And that's where I really got to be able to interact with the concept of climate change and environmental issues and be able to really learn about what climate change is. But most importantly, I got to learn that my community, despite having its own, we mentioned Turkana has droughts, but for me, my community had a different kind of experience with climate change. That was the floods. And I really got to understand where it came from, how to be able to solve it from a community level. And I'm glad over time, I've also been able to work with organizations that have been able to support grassroots, community-led support, where if you have an idea at grassroots level, you can be able to really work through it to help your community. And I'm really looking forward to talk about that more often. So for me, climate change came from the component of home chapatis, but most importantly from malaria and floods, but now to a point of education and being able to know what I can do as an individual. Thanks.
Wow. Thank you, Lynn. Yeah, let's appreciate her. Thank you. Yes, over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm Valerie Chieng. I am a youth advocate, and I'm also the organizing secretary for the Kenya Youth Climate Advisory Council. So basically, we amplify youth voices and also ensure that some of these voices shape the national climate policies. Right, so about my story and where my work in climate advocacy began is a bit similar to Lynn's, because also mine did start back at home. And so I'm from Seah County. And of course, Seah County is known for this freshwater lake wetland. It's called the Yala Swamp. So back then, I think it's 2021, 2022, I suppose, I was volunteering with ACBO back at home. And so by then, there had been issues with the Yala Swamp where there's a lot of land degradation, there's a lot of pollution to that swamp, and this was, of course, because of some of the harmful projects that were being done there. So basically, Yala Swamp is a community land there, but it was being leased to some of the investors.
Mm-hmm.
And so these investors would come in, but then when they were coming in, they'd use maybe harmful chemicals on that land. And so these would really affect the community in that, because the swamp was the one thing that my community would like that they actually relied on Yala Swamp for maybe fishing and even farming. Yeah. So when the swamp got polluted, yeah, it actually the community lost their livelihoods. Yeah. So that's when I started we started maybe engaging with the community, with the youth to advocating for the restoration of that ecosystem and also sustainable land use. Yeah, so that's where my work started, and it was really great because I got to understand, I got insights on some of the ecological benefits of the swamp and even some of the socio-political that was affecting it, and that was the land grabbing, and even the fact that the community voices were not included in some of this decision making, because since the land is a community land, then the community are supposed to be involved when it's being leased or whatever, yeah?
Yes.
So, that's why it all began, so thank you.
Yala Swamp story, land grabbing there. Let's appreciate her. Very well said. And finally, DJ prepare.
Greetings, everyone. Sorry, I have flu, but I'm hoping I'll be loud enough.
Okay.
I'm Flavia Nwanzala, volunteer at the Office of Justice, Peace and Integrity of Creation, Franciscans Africa, the organizers of today's event.
Nice.
So, I serve as a fossil-free campaigner. My story, for me, is my story, and it what hurts me more. For me, I began being an environmental activist in 2023. All along, I used to know environmental issues are for government and Ministry of Environment.
Okay.
And my mom's work. My mom is my role model when it comes to environmental issues. But now, after attending the Africa Climate Summit 1 in Nairobi, Kenya, I realized our voices, the voices of those who suffer more, because the most who suffer more are the ones staying in the slums, the ones in, where there's a lot of drought, no representative from there. We only I'm a governor from this place, I've represented my people. They're not there. You don't know their stories. You don't even stay there. So I thought of how could I ensure that at least they are represented. And this comes to what hurts more is the ignorance we have as people. I was ignorant. I never thought that I have the capacity of bringing change, no matter how small it is. And this also comes to the stakeholders not committing to their promises. We are hurting. We're having climate change everywhere. We're having, let me not use the word of climate change. We're having droughts. We're having floods. All everywhere. Last year, Nairobi was full of floods, and we are complaining, not being careful. But what are the main causes of this? It's the overdependence on the fossil fuels for over the years. And now, today, my story now comes into, we have an East Africa crude oil pipeline happening in Uganda. East Africa crude oil pipeline. So, our government, let me say our leaders in Africa, they have committed to support that project. 15% is only the profit they are going to benefit in each government. That's the pipeline is passing through Uganda to port in Tanzania. The main funders of that project are going to benefit 62%. The Chinese insurance company is benefiting 8%. Actually, the pipeline has already started. It's passing through Lake Victoria. We are all feeding in Lake Victoria. Paris Agreement was there in 2015. Actually, is now 10 years of Paris Agreement. Countries and states have withdrawn. Some has withdrawn. Some have not withdrawn, but they had already committed in Paris Agreement of engaging and ensuring that they commit of no drilling of fossil fuels, so that at least we achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius. But now, why are we still supporting such projects? Why are they still supporting in the name of profits? Still people are hungry. Why are you bringing another problem to us? So, as I tell the pain, I call upon each and every one of us. It's upon your role. You personally, as an individual level, what are you doing? As an organization, what are you doing? As a school, what are you committing to ensure that we have our future generations have access to this wonderful world God gave us? Thank you so much.
Wow, let's appreciate them. Very well put. From Yala Swamp to issues of grabbing, to issues of states still investing in fossil fuel, yet we are moving towards just energy transition. Let's all stand up. My panel is done. On your feet, DJ, panelists down here. You have to dance. Twende hapa chini, twende hapa chini. Panelists, kawa di panelists, kanyaga chini, twende to dance. DJ, twende nalo, we are done. Everybody up on your feet. Clap for the panelists as they come down to give us a dance. Panelists wangu wanamaliza na dance. DJ, I'm done. MC, I'm done, but we must dance.
Panelists, we are waiting for you. Panelists, please honor the stage. DJ, they have said they need a dance that can fit for millennials. Yeah. Clap for them, clap for the panelists. They have accepted to grace us with their dancing skills. Mambo ni moto. DJ, in the meantime, dear panelists, you can discuss on the dancing styles. Exactly. Hapana, sijasikia. Hawa ni fire, si fire. Hawa ni noma, si noma.
That was really nice. Thank you so much for the energy. We are approaching Mlo. Yes. I know you have been looking at me with very scary eyes, wondering what lunch is. Don't worry, it is here. And before that, I'd like to call upon Sister Mary Sebastian. Sister Mary? Is Sister Mary around? Okay. I'd like to, in the meantime, we can have the representative of the Kenya Wildlife Service, Madenge Matimo. Do we have the representative? Madam Madenge Matimo. A round of applause to her. DJ mweke yake moja kikuja. Just anusu. Clap for her, she comes. Karibu sana, thank you so much, DJ. Opposed to Madam Matenge will resume to her dancing after her 5-minute speech. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much. I am here to represent Mr. Madenge. My name is Esther Muchai from Kenya Wildlife Service. I am a warden at the Nairobi Animal Orphanage, and I also double up as an education officer. All protocols observed. Good afternoon, everyone. I am super excited to be here today, and especially because of the theme of today, because it relates so well with the work that I do, where I get my money from, so you can see why I am excited. So Kenya Wildlife Service is a government corporate body that is charged with management and conservation of wildlife in this country. Wildlife is a heritage not only for Kenyans, but we are conserving it on behalf of the entire world. And we are blessed in this country to have wildlife and the habitats. Wildlife Service in this country manages about 20% of Kenya's landmass. That is in the form of national parks, national reserves, sanctuaries, and community managed and privately managed conservancies. The parks and reserves occupy only 8% of Kenya's landmass, and the other 12% is occupied by privately or community managed conservancies. That means that as Kenyans, as individuals, as community groups, we have a big responsibility, because as I've said, as KWS we are managing 8%. The other 12% lies on the hands of the community members. So it is upon each and every person to be responsible in the management of these resources. And why is it important to manage and conserve the resources that we have? For one, when we talk about money is almost everything. The reason you have the clothes that you are wearing, the good breakfast that we had, and even the tea that we had here today is because we had money. So tourism in this country earns the country 10% of Kenya's GDP comes from tourism. What does that say? That for every 100 shillings you have in your pocket, 10 shillings comes from tourism. And tourism in this country, we have 90% of tourists who come in this country, they are coming for safari tourism. Safari tourism, wanataka kwenda kwa our parks, they want to go and see the animals in our parks. The other 10% is accounted by the conference tourism and sun and sand. So we have a responsibility. And as we work, as we execute our duties at Kenya Wildlife Service, we are always remembering that this is the profession that God wanted man to do.
that when God created all the animals, when he created the trees and everything, he told man, go and manage. So at Kenya Wildlife Service, that is what we are doing. But we are not doing it alone. We are doing it in collaboration with our stakeholders, with young people like you here. And I am super excited to see that we have young minds who have really, they have positive minds, and they are looking at what we have as a heritage in this country, and they want to take part in managing and conserving that. Looking at Kenya as a country, Kenya is a signatory to various mayors. That is, various mayors whereby as signatories, then the country has ratified and committed itself to ensure that we are taking part, and that each and every regulation that is set at the international level, we have been able to domesticate it to our national policies. And from that, I had the panel that was here talking about inclusivity, having everyone on board. One of such mayors is the CITES, Convention on International Trade for Endangered Species. Then we have the Convention for Biological Diversity, where we have the Nagoya Protocol and the access and benefit sharing. This topic, I like talking it to the young people because there is a lot that we can do outside there. We have had people that are doing biopiracy in this country, and it needs to stop. As young people, we need to stand up. We need to say that our people need to be paid for what belongs to us. Even the traditional knowledge, people are supposed to be paid. When someone comes to your village and they are asking you about those herbal medicines that you have been using, you are supposed to be paid for that. Anything that is collected and used commercially, the communities where that is derived are supposed to get royalties. Sometimes back, we know of a story whereby there's a company that came and did biopiracy in Lake Bogoria. They took an enzyme, and that enzyme is being used to produce the stonewash genes. So the stonewash genes that we get are made from, they're actually breached by an enzyme that was collected from our very own Lake Bogoria. We thank God because KWS was able to intervene some years back, and a Danish company was compelled to pay the community in Lake Bogoria some money, some royalties from that. So what am I saying? That young people, the youth, we have said you are the leaders of today and not tomorrow. You start today. You need to be up and about. You need to read more about the resources that we have in this country. Read more about Nagoya Protocol and the access and benefit sharing, so that when you go back to the village and someone comes and says that we're just collecting this herb to go and do some research, can you tell your parents that it is not allowed, that communities are supposed to be paid for everything that is in their locality? Everyone has a share to that. It is our heritage as a country. So at Kenya Wildlife Service, those are some of the many things that we are doing. We work a lot with schools and learning institutions. We go out there, we give them talks about conservation, because it is from conservation of these resources that we have in this country that Kenya can move forward. We do not have gold in Kenya, we don't have diamond, but we have wildlife on their spaces, and it is even better for our wildlife because wanazana kila siku. Unlike gold, it can get depleted, but our wildlife, it is just reproducing every day. So the only thing that we have to do is just to ensure that we conserve, we manage them properly, so that we have something to give back to the generation, because we are told that what we have today has only been lent to us by the coming generation. So we have the obligation to ensure that we conserve, we manage, so that tomorrow we will not be asked by our children, what did we do with the heritage that was given unto us and the powers that were vested upon us to continue managing them. So I just want to wish you all the best, and I am super excited, as I've said, to see all these bright faces who are very, very enthusiastic in conservation of nature, of the creation of God. And as we end, I always remember of that quote that was once said back in 1968 by a Senegalese environmentalist who said that in the end, we will only conserve what we love, and we will only love what we understand, and we will only understand what we are taught. And I'm happy that that is what we are doing here today, that we are learning to conserve the God's creation. Thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
There's a question to Madam Esther. Someone has a question for you. Please, if you could. Our ushers, could you kindly pass the microphones? Raise your hand if you want to ask a question, please, to save time. Raise your hand if you want to ask a question. Inua mkono kama ungependa kuuliza swali.
There is a hand here.
There's another question also at the front. So we can start from, can we please save time, kindly?
Evening, madam.
Good afternoon.
It's okay, proceed.
Miss sijui Kizungu naongea Kiswahili.
Naelewa Kiswahili, endelea.
Nilikuwa nauliza, mbona kwa billboard zenyu mingi mnakuanga mneka elephant? What does elephant represent? Why not the giraffe?
Okay, thank you for that. For an elephant is our flagship species, and the reason that we've chosen the elephant to be our flagship species is because for you to conserve an elephant, you require very big space. So if we are able to conserve enough space for one elephant, that would be enough space for several giraffes and zebras.
Wow, snap. That was a good one. Is there another question here down? Our usher, our lovely ushers. We have 2 questions, so I can have one microphone on our far right or left from your side. The other one at the front.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you.
My question is, in your point of view, can you really have the confidence to say that the government is financially supporting wildlife conservation in Kenya?
Yes, I would say that, because we have the goodwill of the government. You know, support doesn't mean financial support. It's not necessarily financial support. Even the goodwill, like I have said, that Kenya is a signatory to several multilateral environmental agreements, whereby we have those policies that have been domesticated into our laws, such that today if I arrest someone who is doing poaching or someone who is illegally trading trophies that are listed under CITES, we have sufficient laws that can be able to prosecute this person. And also even in the running of our organization, we get a lot of financial support from the government. But as I have said, it's also upon us that we try to create jobs through the resources that we have. I hope you are well answered.
Hi, my name is John, and I'm glad that KWS is coming down to the grassroots. I have a concern. When we talk about wildlife, the first thing that we'll think about are the terrestrial land animals. Yes, but we don't talk about mostly trees and plants, which I think form part of wildlife. I'm glad you have talked about the enzyme. So, and also there is a deficiency when it comes to smaller animals. Most of these animals are found in the community. And some of our traditional practices, including faith-based practices, are endangering this. So is there a way KWS, through its partners and any other person interested, can join you and also get to the grassroots, get to the churches, get to the mosques, to educate us that saa zile unacheza na udede, you are actually hunting. Saa zile unawinda ndege, you are actually poaching, because that information is outside there. Okay? So is there a way government can also press into our cultural practices in order for us to do it in a sustainable manner? For example, you have to kill a lion in order for you to prove that you're a man in a Maasai some time back, but that has reduced. But there are some other smaller animals that I think we need to emphasize on, because they are doing quite a lot when it comes to environmental sustainability. And thank you so much for what you're doing at Kenya Wildlife Service. Thank you.
Thank you so much, John Henry. He's my friend from Nazarene University. That's why he's challenging me. Okay. I know that there's a lot that is required of us. And that's why you hear every time I talk, I say that all of us have a responsibility of trying to preach this gospel of conservation. And it is true, maybe sometimes we tend to forget about those small animals, but I can assure you that they are not forgotten, that maybe what we need to do is probably to just add more to what we are doing. But I believe that we have been doing a lot of conservation education awareness in schools and other learning institutions, and about encouraging people on how they can sustainably utilize the naturally occurring resources. We have been doing that, and we have a utilization department at Kenya Wildlife Service where we encourage people that instead of going to hunt the birds and the small animals that are in the wild, you can domesticate. For instance, we give licenses to people so that they can keep small birds ranging even from the Guinea fowls, keep them in your farms, and you can eat them anytime you want to. And then also we are working even with other organizations like ICIPE in trying to encourage people to also use things like the BSF. We are working with ICIPE, even things like crickets, the use of crickets, domesticating and using them for making cakes. Did you know that crickets can make very delicious cakes? So we are working with those organizations, and good that you have challenged us. We will continue putting more effort in creating awareness, even through churches, and I believe when we work, all of us together, we shall get there. But be assured that we have not left out anything. The plants, the aloes, you know that we are really doing a lot of advocacy and telling communities that they can plant various species of aloes because they are not palatable to animals, and they do very well in rangelands. So we are advocating for all these, and we are conserving all of them. Thank you.
Thank you. For now, let us have, the last question then. No, if we have more questions, I think over lunchtime, I can have from St. Michael's. That is the last school. Okay. Bishop Mazoldi, I think you already gave your own question, right? Not yet.
Kibibi is burning to give her to ask something.
Okay,
but
so
I'll be around, as she says. I'll be around. I'll be ready to answer your questions. I'll be around till evening.
So good evening, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Here's my question. Madam said that we have a role in conserving the environment and taking care of the nature in general. But my concern is about the wild animals. As we all know, they are wild in nature, like they are ready to attack anytime and they don't mind. So, as you said, that as Kenya Wildlife, you only manage 8%. The 12% is for the community to manage. So, meaning the community is in contact with these animals, right? So, as we say they are wild in nature, they attack people. What are you doing as Kenya Wildlife to compensate these people who are hurt by these animals? Thank you.
Thank you. I'll answer that very quickly. For one, the 8% is not 8% of the animals. It is 8% of Kenya's landmass in the form of parks, reserves, and sanctuaries. And the 12% is in the form of community and privately owned conservancies where animals are found. But that doesn't mean that animals don't get out of the protected areas. Yes, they do get out of the protected areas. And as Kenya Wildlife Service, we have put several measures to just ensure that when an animal gets into the areas where people are living, we have a way of addressing the issues. We have our toll-free numbers that are almost everywhere. We have circulated our toll-free numbers. You can get them from our website and from any Kenya Wildlife Service office. And I can assure you that we have 147 stations that are outside protected areas. We only have 28 national parks, but we have 147 stations whose work is to protect people and their property against the animals. And more so, we also have a compensation program whereby people are compensated for loss of their property and, in the unfortunate event, loss of human life. Are you well answered?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all for now. Let's give her a round of applause. If you have further questions, please, she'll be here. Madam Esther will still be here. We are here till the evening, don't worry. And before she leaves, Madam Esther, we wanted to ask if it's okay, if it's allowed for you to dance. Don't go. Please stay. Yes, DJ, clap for her, cheer her.
Baby, don't mind when you see, come give me that. Clap up on my party like animal.
Hey, round of applause. That was so nice, fantastic. Deeply fantastic. Thank you. Yes. So we are almost finishing with our first part of the day, which was the formal conferences, and now we are going to the youth part, which is the Green Talent Show. And before we proceed, just a minute, I'd like to invite Sister Mary Sebastian to recognize and acknowledge all partners involved. And then after her, it will be St. Michael's Secondary School with the art performance. Be ready. Yes, and we shall proceed from there. So a round of applause as she comes. DJ hadi ngoma ya Katho basi. Ya sister. Bas, kuna mtu ameimba. Pause. We shall continue. Karibu sana, sister.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once again. I was waiting for my Franciscan sisters to perform. I don't know what has happened, but...
they're on the list.
They're on the list.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Otherwise, I would have stopped acknowledging. Yeah, I'm here just to make acknowledgement and thank you to our partners. The first partner is Catholic University of Eastern Africa Center for Social Justice and Ethics. Thank you very much to be here. The second partner is Laudato Si Movement. Akweka, they are not here, but they are our partners. Harmony Institute, Hare Krishna Temple, KWS, Oxfam, please clap for Oxfam. They came on our way when we needed them most. Can International, Mercy Education Office. And those schools from Mercy Schools, where are you? Our students, Mercy Schools, St. Michael, where are you? Amko? Hey, are you not proud? Okay. Mercy Schools have been our long-time partner. Younib TV and Younib organization. Franciscan brothers and sisters. That is Franciscan family. Where are you? I can see them. And then in particular, the JPIC animation team from Lom and Luanda. Oh, and Kenya, I'm one of them, and Kenya. Thank you very much. The Oblates of Mary Immaculate Fathers, Justice and Peace. The Vivat, the OAY, I don't know what that means, but the Elvis is from Tangasa, Ajerik, and Dora were here. And all the supporters that I have not been able to mention. All these are the partners, those 350, it's not here, my goodness. 350.org, I can't forget 350. And it's true, 350 from the conception of this baby of Interfaith Dialogue, Youth Forum, 350 have been partners until now. Thank you very much. Thomas Aquinas Secondary School, Bishop Malsod Secondary School, St. Michael Secondary School, our Capchin TV, Sinesa, Climate Yes, Amani Community Africa, Sunley Foundation, these are participants now I'm reading, Mount Kenya University, Mount Media University, JKUAT University, Tangasa University College, Maskani, sijui ni gani hiyo, Dominican for Justice and Peace, Green Community Program, ABOS Africa, Organization of Africa Youth Kenya. Bona, you are not clapping. Sustainable Future Africa Foundation, OVC Center, Baha'i Faith, Sunley Foundation, Bishop Masoldi, ERCN, where I'm also a board member, CETIC, the water who are giving us the water, that is the Jib water, Apostles, Yeah, I think I've finished. And in case I've not mentioned you, you know that you are close to my heart and close to the Interfaith Youth Forum, close to Justice, Peace, and Integrity of Creation Franciscans, Africa, and Center for Social Justice and Ethics, who are hosting this event. Thank you so much. Feel appreciated, feel loved, and feel also invited. Tomorrow we'll announce today that next year, 2026, the Interfaith Forum will be on date 18th and 19th of September, and we'll keep on announcing it so that we are able to put the dates in our calendar. Thank you to our able director, Father Barrow, who always booked this hall 1 year before. MC, to you.
Huyu ni nani? Wamesema huyu ni nani? As we wait for St. Michael Secondary School, and then, sister, don't go. You can go, but you come down here and dance for us. You dance with us.
Let me wait for them to come.
So before St. Michael's, let's have the Franciscan sisters so that they can also dance with sister. Yes. So our Franciscan sisters, please do come to the front. DJ tuweke ngoma. Yes.
My sisters, come with dance.
Encourage them with a round of applause. Wako ready. Let's get the presentation from them. Do you need a microphone? Microphone?
God is good, and all the time. So we are the Franciscan Sisters of the Immaculate Conception of the Holy Mother of God. We advocate for peace and justice. And we are sharing with you a presentation, our song on peace, asking God to help us to be the true instruments of peace. So I'd like all of us to stand so as we share this song together. iweze kupatanisha palipo na magomvi. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Kusiko na tumaini, nilete tumaini. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Kuliko enea giza, nilete hapo mwanga. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Iweze kuleta furaha palipo na huzuni. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Bwana, ulifanye chombo cha amani, amani yako. Thank you.
A round of applause to the sisters. Thank you so much.
And if you want to join them, you can talk to those angels, the Franciscan. They're singing like angels. Okay.
They are. It's very true, sister. I know for some of us, our vocal cords, it is not that pleasant. Anyway, so we have officially closed the first session. A round of applause for staying until that time. So now we will have a 5 to 10 minute break for us to prepare for the Green Talent Show. Say it with me. Green Talent Show. Are we ready? To go ready? Exactly. So now we'll break for the 5 to 10 minutes. We have a little bit of the change of the schedule. So we'll do the Green Talent Show first, and then we shall all go to eat after we have finished the Green Talent Show. So, ladies and gentlemen, I officially exit my emceeing for this first session, and will welcome the new team, Mr. Alex Mwangi. Makofi kwa Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex. Aya. Alex.
Hello. Itakuwaje? Mko ready for green show? Nikisema green, mnasema show. Green? 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 Nikisema the, mnasema guy. The. Wazi, tupatane after 10 minutes, ndio? Wazi, wazi.
Rock.